All those are members in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. Prior to the resumption yesterday evening, this Honourable Chamber was debating the Appropriation Bill 2026. We revert to the Appropriation Bill 2026. We will then commence Standing Finance Committee.
Good morning, honorable members. Good morning to our guests. This House is now in Standing Finance Committee.
Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I beg your indulgence in allowing myself and my team to enter the well.
So granted, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Head 93, Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance, in the amount of $137,510,473.
Honorable member for St. Michael West. You just give me a few minutes that I can give the instructions with regards to the proceedings so that your officers will be familiar. I believe they should be by now. And then to honorable members. Honorable Minister, you are permitted a 10-minute overview. Your questions, your response to questions would be 5 minutes. You may defer to any of your officers to answer a question, and those officers are allowed 3 minutes to respond. And before responding, we're asking that for the record, they will give their names and their positions for that record. Honorable members are aware that they will ask a question and they will be permitted to ask 3 supplementary questions to that question. If it's not supplementary, then we would move on to the other honorable members so that they can, who would have indicated by placing their name card ties in an upright position so that we are able to get through relatively quickly and persons may be able to participate in the proceedings this morning. I trust that we are all clear. Honorable Member, St. Michael West, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable members and my fellow Barbadians, it is indeed my privilege to address you today on the progress, challenges, and vision.
Speak into the mic so that the persons recording can hear you.
My apologies. And vision of the Ministry of Housing, Lands, and Maintenance as we continue to build a stronger, more inclusive, and resilient Barbados. Our mission and strategic focus is dedicated to providing innovative, sustainable, and people-centered solutions for housing, land management, and maintenance of the public infrastructure. Our strategic plan for 24 to 27 is anchored on 6 priorities: delivering resilient and affordable housing, maintaining and rejuvenating public buildings, modernizing land management, strengthening institutional capacity, embracing digital transformation, and promoting staff wellness. Hope Inc. is streamlining the application, purchasing, and conveyancing process, making it almost entirely online and more accessible for all. Hope remains committed to delivering housing solutions to first-time owners earning $6,000 or less per month. Through Hope Direct, we are constructing hundreds of 2- and 3-bedroom homes this year, using innovative building techniques and engaging in a range of contractors. This contrasts how it was done previously, and we are seeing much improved output of finished houses with better build quality within budget. With the national framework for battery storage in place, we will position Hope to be able to deliver on the promise of delivering comprehensive, energy-efficient homes with photovoltaic systems on each roof. With this in place, these systems will reduce the cost of home ownership and support our national goal of energy independence and climate resilience. In addition to Hope's direct projects, we are advancing a robust program of joint venture housing developments in partnership with the National Housing Corporation. These joint ventures are delivering a diverse mix of family homes, duplexes, and apartments across the islands. Notable projects include Coverley, Brighton, Concordia Gardens, and Vineyard. These developments are designed to meet the needs of a wide cross-section of Barbadians, from first-time homeowners to those seeking to upgrade or relocate. The NHC continues to deliver on its promise of providing affordable quality houses for Barbadians. By adopting a more industrialized approach to housing construction, as opposed to the traditional artisanal method, the NHC, through these JV ventures, will be able to construct more affordable, resilient homes at a faster rate, helping us to meet the growing demand for housing across the country. This approach will also allow the NHC to place greater focus on the maintenance and upgrading of our existing housing estates. In these estimates, we have allocated resources through transfers to embark on a comprehensive program of general repairs and estate beautification. Accordingly, across estates such as Valerie, The Grotto, Kensington Lodge, Country Park Terrace Units, of course, Haynesville, Londonbourne Towers, Eden Lodge, Stewart Lodge, Deacons, we will continue to implement key programs, including electrical upgrades, sewage improvements, and estate beautification initiatives. These efforts are aimed at ensuring that our housing communities remain safe, modern, and dignified places to live, and that they reflect the standard befitting a nation proudly celebrating 60 years of independence this year. We also remain firmly committed to expanding opportunities for home ownership through our rent-to-own programs and social mortgage initiatives, specifically targeting Barbadians who may not currently qualify for traditional bank mortgages. We recognize that many of these individuals are credit worthy and capable of meeting their housing obligations. All that is required is for applicants to demonstrate a consistent rental payment history for a period of at least 12 months, allowing them for a fair opportunity to transition from renting to owning their own home. We will continue to empower Barbadians with ownership of property through the Tenancy's Freehold Purchase Act, including initiatives such as the 6 Men's Life Improvement Project. As part of this effort, we are currently surveying additional lots so that we can continue to provide residents with the opportunity to obtain legal title to the lands they occupy. Last year, under this act, we were able to empower 7 pensioners at River Bay by transferring the ownership of their properties to them free of charge, giving them the dignity and security that comes with owning their own land. We will continue this process of empowerment by also transferring title to residents living in the terrace units through a vesting bill. This legislation will vest ownership of the properties to these persons who qualify. This bill will be debated in this honorable house and will empower over 200 Barbadians with title to their homes. We will also engage in the modern and efficient, transparent land management system, which is essential for national development. The Barbados Land Registry has been at the forefront of this transformation. The completion of the National Digital Parcel Fabric and the launch of the Barbados Building Identifier System are revolutionizing how we manage and access land information. But we are not just building homes and transforming digitally, we're building communities. Special attention is given to those most in need, including those persons living with HIV, the elderly, and those displaced by natural disasters or unsafe living conditions. Our relocation projects, emergency housing, and wellness initiative ensure that no Barbadian is left behind. Over the past year, we have made some strides. Hundreds of new homes have been completed or are under construction at sites at Coverley, Brighton, West Terrace, Concordia Gardens, and Vineyard, through both Hope and joint ventures with the NHC. Emergency and transitional housing has been provided for those affected by natural disasters and land slippage. The Barbados Land Registry has reduced backlogs, digitized records, and improved access to land information for all stakeholders. Maintenance and refurbishment projects are underway for key government buildings, including the Ministry of Transport and Works headquarters and the State House. We have continued to support vulnerable groups as well. We do acknowledge that some projects have experienced delays, particularly due to environmental issues, procurement challenges, and the need for additional staffing. In some cases, milestones originally set for last year are still being finalized. We are actively addressing those issues, accelerating backlog reduction projects, and ensuring that all outstanding commitments are met in the coming months. We look ahead to complete ongoing housing developments, accelerate the delivery of new units through Hope and NHC, finalize the relocation of households affected by land slippage and infrastructure projects, continue to modernize our land and property management systems, with the Land Registry playing a central role in digital transformation and service excellence. Expand our partnerships with the private sector and community organizations. In conclusion, the Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance is committed to building a Barbados where every citizen has the opportunity to own a home, where public assets are well maintained, and where land is managed for the prosperity of all. We thank you for your support and partnership as we continue this important work. Together, let us build a stronger, more resilient, and more inclusive Barbados. Thank you. I wish to move that Head 93 stamp art.
Honourable Member for St. James, for St. Michael West, Northwest.
Yeah, blessed good morning to all. Good morning, Minister, and to your team. My concern this morning really is in relation to the tenants who reside in housing units within Deacon's Farm, Rosemont, Ferniehurst, and Golden Acre. And these are 4 separate housing areas within the constituency of St. Michael Northwest. Over the years, persons have been residing in these units for more than 20 years. And I have constituents who are still paying rent, living in these units for 27 years and 30 years. I know also that when it comes to some of these tenants who may be indebted to the corporation in relation to outstanding arrears, I want to know what are your plans in relation to these tenants living in these units for 20 years or more and still paying rent. I honestly think that the rent should cease with immediate effect once you reach the 20-year mark. And I also think that in relation to the rent owed, that a payment plan system should be put in place for those tenants so that those tenants who may be indebted to the corporation can also benefit from the 20-year program as well.
Honourable Member, thank you for that question. And yes, I'm very aware of the density of housing estates within your constituency. And as I said in my opening remarks, we are committed to transferring title to these individuals in your estates that have been living in the estates for more than 20 years. And once those individuals do not have any arrears up to 20 years, I can guarantee you that we will work with them to be able to sort out any rents after that. I consider this issue an issue of social justice. And the truth is a lot of your residents in the estates have been good paying residents. And certainly the ministry and the NAC will not burden them once they have been good paying tenants up to the 20 years. As you know, we have already begun the work of transferring title to some of your residents who are in Deacons and Ferniehurst. And I would have, at some point, mentioned this to them during a certain occasion, as you know. And I know that they do look forward for the security of title. And I, as housing minister, is one of the ways that I am very proud to be able to empower those Barbadians and your constituents with title to their properties. So you have that assurance from myself and my team.
So what about the assurance that those living for 20 years and still paying rent, that the rent will cease?
Those individuals that we have down to transfer and those titles are transferred, we assure you that once their rents are up to date, we will work with them on any rents that have to be due after that. But as you know, we have about 98 units in Deacons that we are currently surveying, and we will be introducing them to a second phase of vesting. So my assurance to you is that we will work with them on a case-by-case basis to be able to make sure that justice is served to them.
Okay. Well, just for the record, I have one constituent that I could speak of living in the unit for 27 years, and she's still paying rent. So I just want the assurance that, after 20 years and living for 27, that I think that she should stop paying rent. But that's just my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Member for St. James Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to begin, Minister, by congratulating your team, and that should not take any members of your team by surprise. I know that they have been much beleaguered by public criticism, but when one is able to point to incidents of good, as I can, then I think that the congratulations are in order. And equally, I would want to congratulate your predecessor, who himself was also much beleaguered. And obviously, you as new minister, to congratulate you on the work that you have been able to pilot thus far, and obviously to reflect a little bit on the need for you to be given an opportunity, which will really be my very first question, to elaborate a little bit on your own personal vision. But before I go there, I want to make the point that I recognize in your opening remarks the very laudable and praiseworthy mention of social justice and inclusivity. And that, for me, is a critical component of this ministry's work, because housing is, in its traditional sense, a social good. It is about offering initiatives and services that enhance community well-being and social justice. And it is in that vein that I really wanted to invite you on a couple of things. The first one is to expand a little bit on this concept of social mortgages. I think that you mentioned it, but it is useful, I believe, if you have an opportunity to elaborate on the concept. I believe I know where you're going, but I think you should have an opportunity to elaborate on it in the context of not only your vision, but more particularly, and I do not come to these places to prime the parish pump, but on this occasion, let me remind your ministry and your team that I have a constituency in which there's a location called Redmond Village where we have terrace units. And therefore, if you would be so good as to make it simple so that we can then understand in Redmond Village what the social mortgage concept is really all about. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And the term social mortgage is actually a program that was coined and invented by our team members. And essentially, that is rent to own. You are correct. There are too many Barbadians out there, and we know this from experience in getting mortgage certificates. A lot of people are desirous to have home ownership. We have a database of about 4,000 plus individuals, and what that affords us to do is to mine that database, showing us the needs of our customers. And in that exercise, we realize that there are a lot of Barbadians who just do not qualify. They are hardworking, they go out to work every day, but they feel left out of the process of home ownership. And that is the basis and the foundation for our social mortgage program. So essentially, as I said, it is rent to own, and every development, whether it be through our joint venture program with NHC or HOPE, we hope to allocate a pretty decent sized percentage of those developments to rent to home. And we see this as a way of also de-risking mortgages. The fact of the matter is that a lot of the financial institutions are simply not willing to take the risk. And as you said, Honourable Member, you were very correct. The onus is on the government through the Ministry of Housing and its state-owned entities to deliver social justice to these individuals who cannot acquire mortgages. So we do take this very seriously, and you have my assurance that under my leadership and with my team behind me, we will make sure that we can expand this program so more individuals can take part. I would also like to invite the general manager who can give you more specifics on how this program will be implemented.
Thank you very much, Minister. Good morning to Parliament. The idea behind the social mortgage initiative is
Honourable member. Officer, please give your name and your position.
Ian Gill, General Manager, National Housing Corporation. My apology. The idea behind the social mortgage initiative is that when we do rent to own or we do rent to buy, whatever the term is used, the person doesn't actually have ownership. With the social mortgage initiative, the aim is that this is an actual mortgage that they'll be getting, paying to the National Housing Corporation, and you'll be able to use your house now in the future as an asset. So the simple person who has, probably doesn't have the capacity and probably can only put out $500 to $800 per month in rent is now actually getting to own their home as a mortgage. So therefore you're able then to use that for many instances where people come to ask the National Housing Corporation to use the units for other issues. What you do know is that that belongs to you, so you can now use it as an asset. And that is one of the major aims of the social mortgage initiative. We've found too that rent to own, as we've looked at the years gone by, is not actually working as we would want it to work at National Housing Corporation. So we had to come up with a new concept that we thought would benefit the persons and benefit the National Housing Corporation too. Because under the rent to own program, the National Housing Corporation is responsible for the maintenance of that unit or that house, wherever it is. With the social mortgage initiative now, the fact that you're actually owning your home, you'll be responsible for the maintenance and repairs of that home. So therefore, we will have more income at National Housing Corporation to do more units and to construct more units so that we can offer a wider package to those persons who make between $1,000 to $2,500 per month.
If I'm permitted to follow up, Mr. Chairman. With your leave.
Go ahead.
Thank you,
Honourable
thank you,
member.
sir. I thank you, Minister, and General Manager of National Housing Corporation for the elaboration on the idea. And I agree. The inability to qualify for mortgage certificates is a reality that is lived by many Barbadians. In my own constituency, and your team knows this well, in Lancaster, we would have had a serious challenge with the HOPE project there in terms of trying to help people build the kind of resource combinations, let me put it that way, because a single person may not be able to do it by themselves, so then they have to find a partner to go in with in order to do it. I experienced the same thing in Bullens in my constituency. And the truth of the matter is that, again, that is why I say that your team is worthy of being congratulated, because speaking only for that very narrow geographical space in Barbados, that's 190 houses which I know and have had some very direct relationship with, where I know you all have been able to work with me and work with the beneficiaries of the housing allocations in order to ensure that the capacity to meet mortgage certificate requirements have been made. Now, I wish to ask you, however, whether the social justice concept should not really go further. And it is in keeping with your term, Minister, of using the house as an asset, because we accept that renewable energy, again, in the HOPE project, that is one of the concepts where you put renewable energy, solar photovoltaics on the roof and allow the house pretty much to pay its mortgage. My question is, are we not being too limited in the scope and too limited in the ambition? Why is it not also an ambition that we take that same concept into Redmond Village, for example, in a terrace unit, into Haynesville in a terrace unit, into Silver Hill and Gall Hill in terrace units. And you may ask, well, Senior Minister, how is that going to be possible? And my thinking, again, is that we have legislation in Barbados, and this is one of the things that vex me about this country, because we do things for the Medes, but not also for the Persians. We have legislation in Barbados, for example, a Condominium Act, where residents are allowed to identify common areas in the property. That might be as simple as the staircase and the sewage system and car park and so on. But then a residents association is formed, and let's face the facts, the Condominium Act really relates primarily to the more well-to-do in this country, so there's a social economic concept behind this legislation. But we believe that those are the only people, or seem to believe that those are the only people in Barbados who can form themselves into residents associations and collectively treat to the common areas of a physical property. And I feel that that ought not to be the case. I feel that the roofs across the terrace units in Redmond Village, for example, or in Haynesville, can be places where we have solar photovoltaics, and that the net beneficiaries are the people living inside the unit. Now, that is not a conversation that we've had in this country. And it bothers me that that is not a conversation we've had. As Minister of Energy, I want to have that conversation because I believe it is transformational and it is inclusive and it is in keeping with social justice principles. But I want to hear your views and that of your team.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And it would seem that our destinies have crossed paths, both as you are the Member of Parliament for St. James Central, by which Lancaster exists, and you are now the Minister of Energy, so we certainly can work together. But you're very correct, we have had conversation in the ministry on how we can not only restart the energy program with hope, but also use those same potential benefits with the housing estates. And I've had many conversations with DPS on this, and we've kicked around a number of ideas. We actually had a meeting with CAF, and we've discussed ways in which we can possibly look at real solutions for having the energy independence also implemented in our housing estates. As you know, the framework for battery storage is now online, and we most will be seeking an audience with yourself and your team on how we can have that carve out for the estates and hope so that we can deliver not only just social justice, but these individuals who live in the estates can also take part in the energy revolution. In terms of the Condominium Act, we have also had those conversations in the ministry, because the truth is, you heard the general manager say that when we transfer property to those individuals living in the estates, we can also, not only the estates, but also with the other housing developments that we have on stream, we can lower our maintenance costs. And as such, we are looking at ways that we can bring or modify legislation such that we can use that same philosophy behind the Condominium Act, that we can address, say, issues that we have currently at Valerie, for instance, with the elevators and the general maintenance issues. So if we were to have a maintenance fund that can deal with that, and they can also get ownership of their units, that will be something that we'd be very interested in. We have a few of those as well. We also have Country Park high rises, we have London-born towers. So these are just examples of properties that we can also look at there. So, Honourable Member, you are very correct, and I also look forward to working with you that we can empower Barbadians as well to take part in the energy revolution.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And Mr. Chairman, if I maybe just permitted one final question, and this turns on the obvious inferences being made by the Minister to the many buildings that the many properties that the Ministry of Housing has oversight over. And the truth of the matter is that the Ministry of Housing, for the listening public, is really the government's landlord. So there is a question that I must ask you as the senior minister with responsibility for the productive sector, because the productive sector is becoming a little bit imperiled when many of the...
Honourable member, as long as it is connected with your previous question.
Indeed. I'm
may
drawing that.
proceed.
I'm drawing that nexus, sir. I'm drawing that linkage. Bear with me, because we are talking about rental of properties, and rental of properties need not only be for accommodation purposes, but can also be for the business purposes of the government. And the concern I have in terms of the rental of the properties by government is that many of those properties are not. Well, let's put it this way. Properties owned by government, first of all, and then in some cases those rented, are not necessarily being maintained in a way that allows for us not to have interruptions that are undesirable in the smooth flow of business between government, as we must have, and the private sector. It is a very serious issue when a number of government-owned buildings have occupants who are unable to come to work because the building, quote-unquote, is a sick building. We've been able, since COVID, to start a process where people are working away from home, away from work, working at home, and so on. But for obvious purposes, it makes it difficult because people still need to have meetings, they still need to interface. I've heard ministers in this new administration already lament the fact that staff are not able to meet with them in one place and under one roof. And I think I sit opposite one such minister. So it is a challenge, but I believe that we have to have a serious policy intervention. And I want to know whether you all are yet at a stage where you can tell us what the policy intervention is that will enable us to reduce the incidence of this, what is now a chronic complaint of buildings either being sick or full of mold or whatever, and staff implications and the disruption of the relationship between government's work and that of the relationship that it must have with private enterprise and the general public of Barbados.
Honourable Member, thank you for that question. And this is a vexatious issue, I would say, because in this year, this government is looking at growth. And we must have our government officials to be in productive workplaces, safe workplaces, where we can have all our teams together, that we can have as high productivity as possible. So I do agree with you. We need to be more strategic in the way we approach this issue. One of the things that the ministry is looking at doing is entering into bolt arrangements so that we can construct buildings, high-rises, that we can begin to house our teams together, our government ministries together, increase the capacity that we can do so. It is a juggling act, I must tell you, and especially at the beginning of this governmental term, it has been challenging with the change in ministries to be able to keep people together so that we can have productive ministries. So we need to be more strategic in this approach, and I do agree with you. I would like to invite PS to give further comment on this issue. We've had many conversations. PS?
Thank you. Good morning. Nikki Smith, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance. Much as we discussed earlier, that we don't want the residents in houses to be paying rent forever, and at some point we want them to become the owner, and we're actually doing the social mortgage to let them be the owners from early. What government is looking at doing now is recognizing that the buildings that we're in, the rented buildings, are approaching 25 years. Buildings start to give more issues as they age. From the get-go, when we rent properties, we pay a service charge. The service charge is really a pass-through charge for the landlord to be able to keep the building in good condition and they're to account for it at the end of the year, etc. And they can have it raised if they have things happening that require them to spend more money on maintenance. However, we're still having issues where landlords are spending the money and still the AC systems are causing all sorts of problems for the occupants. So based on that, we are pursuing getting some new buildings put up on the bolt arrangements, still paying a service charge within that bolt arrangement, and also paying back the developer for the development that he has done. And at the end of that bolt period, the property will pass to us, but we will continue the maintenance arrangement if it has been good. That way we will be addressing the situation and we will move out of buildings that have not been good to us, in that there are too many interruptions where people have to come out. But we will start to own our buildings and come up with a policy that is consistent across the service in terms of cleaning, maintenance, servicing of equipment, replacement of equipment, rather than trying to get 40 years out of an AC system and it has a life of 20, we would replace it when it is due for replacement, etc. So there's going to be a sinking fund in there to address those items.
I don't think the rules allow me to interrogate any further on this matter at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Indeed,
so
they don't.
I leave that there, and I thank you
You are
for your
correct,
indulgence.
Honourable Member. You can come back after all your other colleagues. Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the Minister of Housing and his team. I must begin by, and I don't do this normally when ministries are in the well of Parliament, because I don't think it's a time for the back patting. But the Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance has been exceedingly good to the constituency that I represent in a number of areas. And I begin the preamble by speaking to the 6 Mains Life Improvement Project. I spoke to that already in this honorable chamber. The residents at Upper Rose Hill as well. And the significant work that the ministry has done, the ministry and its state-owned enterprise, the National Housing Corporation, with respect to improving the lives of these residents in my constituency, and also the pace of the work that has been done once certain hurdles had been crossed. And in that regard, I have to pay credit to all of the ministers who have led that ministry up onto this point. Former member for St. Andrew, with whom I had the initial contact, member for Christchurch West, the member for St. George South. And this is an example in my mind of how government adds value to the lives of people. Now, the question I have particularly relates to the subhead tenantries 0532. I know that there's quite a lot of demand on the ministry's resources and time dealing with matters like these. Even doing the meetings, the town hall meetings, and having all the surveying done, and then when people like me ask for meetings, another of which I will ask for either this month or early next month, as in either March or early April. My question is, I see an increase in the allocation under that subhead, tenantries, from what appears to me to be 2 million to 5.5 million. And I'm wondering if it represents increases in capacity to do the work. And I ask that in the context of the ongoing work, which is 6 Mains Rose Hill, and Maynards / Jerusalem. We had that discussion over the name of the area. But also the ones that I have to add to the good work that you are doing. So Mangrove is one of those areas, Mangrove in St. Peter. And I know that there is some challenge there because we're trying to find out who's the owner. The owner keeps changing. There's also French Village and Lonesome Hill, part of the Fort Hill Plantation on one hand and Mount Prospect on the other hand. They are part of the Panama issue. But I'm wondering if the increase in funding allows for me now to add some additional work to the ministry, to the good work that you've already been doing. Does this allow for you to continue to help the people of my constituency and the people of Barbados?
Honourable Member, thank you so much for that vote of confidence. And the Six Men's Life Improvement Project is certainly something to be very proud of. I think that when this government was selected to lead, this is one of the things that is top of mind to me, which is empowering people. And you are very correct. This money voted in will allow us to continue the good work of the surveys. We've already completed 77, but there's more work to do. I would like to invite Ms. Nicole Johnson to give you the specifics, Honourable Member, on this.
Good morning, Nicole Johnson, Chief Housing Planner, Ministry of Housing and Lands. The subheading 0532 to which you referred, that deals specifically with the subsidies that are to be paid, which is the difference between the $2.50 per square foot and the open market price under the Tenancy's Freehold Purchase Act. It also deals with the relocation of individuals who may be affected by land slippage or as a result of government's projects. The subheading that you would be referring to is 531, which deals with surveying of tenantry lots. So there are funds in there included to survey specific areas, but we can also include other areas as need be and as the need arises. So yes, we can survey the areas that you would have mentioned, but we also have specific areas like 6 Men's earmarked to complete for this financial year.
All right, thank you very much for that. So given that 532 relates to, this is my first supplementary question, Mr. Chair. Given that 532 relates to that, primarily to the subsidy, it means then that the additional areas that I mentioned, and I mention them here publicly because I want you to put them on your radar, Mangrove in St. Peter, French Village in St. Peter, Lonesome Hill in St. Peter. It means that you have budgeted for additional situations of having to pay that subsidy. Am I correct?
If Mangrove and I know Fort Hill Plantation and Jerusalem, if they are part of the first schedule of the Tenancy's Freehold Purchase Act, they will be paying 10 cents per square foot or $1 per square meter, so a subsidy would not be part of that program.
Okay, thank you very much. The matter of dealing with tenantries speaks, and this is my second follow-up question, Mr. Chair. I don't want to get into any issues where my question is concerned. The matter of dealing with tenantries speaks to keeping communities together. And I think that is a very important matter because in my view, some of what we're seeing in our communities is a result of some level of dysfunction in terms of people moving around and moving into different areas and not blending, not meshing, not really being community, even though you're in the same geographic space. And so as we do with tenantries, my question, and the tenantries, the reason why I asked about Mangrove and French Village Lonesome Hill is because these are people who want to stay in their communities. Now, the question that I have is, when we look at a terrace unit, for example, if we take that same principle of keeping communities together, would I be able to get a commitment from the Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance that when units become available in Maynards, for example, that persons from nearby who are on the list will get preference as opposed to bringing persons from, like closer to North Point and South Point. So rather than bringing people from South Point to live in Maynards, that we, using the same principle that we apply to the tenantries, can we get a commitment that you will give preference to persons who live, who are on the list, but who live in close proximity so that we can keep our communities together?
Honourable Member, thank you so much for that question. And you and I have had conversations on this issue of keeping communities together, and it is extremely important to do so. Now, the Honourable Member for St. James Central, we also spoke about that development at Bullins, and he would have a few individuals who were allocated in Bullins, as that is in his constituency. So we already do heed to that principle that communities should be kept together. Of course, in some instances where the mission of the ministry is to offload very dense areas, such as the Pine, where we know that a lot of the issues that we see in these types of areas as it pertains to crime, we know that the frustrations are high in these types of areas, that we actually have to offload those communities so that people can stretch their legs and exhale. And the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast will tell you that one of her priorities as a representative is to be able to achieve this so that she can have safer communities. So I think that this is a case-by-case basis, but Honourable Member, certainly that is a first principle, especially in your communities, where we know that in some of the country areas, people living their whole lives for generations don't want to move. And the Honourable Member for St. Joseph also would be in that category, as he's one of the few members that lives and hails from the area that he serves. So he would understand this principle as well. So where it fit, I can assure you, Honourable Member, that we will stick with the philosophy of keeping communities together.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to use a third question, but I'm just going to close by saying, I'm probably saying it for the first time with you, Honourable Member, as the Minister. I think that as a government, so I'm not asking you to make policy on the fly, but I think as a government, we have, along the same lines that I'm talking about, keeping communities together, while we explore development on greenfield sites, large areas where you can put in the services, and it is more economically viable to do that in large spaces. But I think for the sake of community, for the sake of social cohesion, that government, and through government, the country, needs to get to the point where we recognize that we're going to have to forego a few economies of scale and develop some small tracts of land in communities or near communities in an attempt to maintain that cohesion. It is going to mean that the per square foot cost is going to be higher, but I think as a country, given what we are seeing in our, well, I don't want to say the criminal justice space, but maybe that's where we're seeing it, so let's just be blunt about it. Based on what we are seeing, rather than spending the money in the prison we need to spend the money in preventing people from going to that place. So the same pressures that you spoke about in the point, which I hope that you are not going to be, you're talking about offloading, and I'm hoping that that offloading does not mean exporting, but we'll speak about that separately, and I'm not going any more detail on that. But I just saying, concluding, Mr. Chair, by saying that we may need to recognize that we have to spend a little bit more to keep communities together by developing these smaller tracts of land that are around existing communities for the benefit of those who want to stay close and not leave. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member, I do agree with you wholeheartedly. And the thing about using these small lots in existing communities and areas is actually cheaper because we already have established infrastructure. And at the ministry, we've actually been surveying vacant lots in this country where we can put down a house here, a house there, in communities such as yours. As such, I would like to invite Mr. Raymond Lord, Acting Deputy General Manager, to speak on this issue, as this is one of his favorite topics.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, colleagues and parliamentarians. One of the things we are trying to do with, good morning, my name is Raymond Lord. I am the Acting Deputy General Manager of National Housing Corporation, but substantively the Chief Planning Officer. One of the things we're looking at along with the larger sites is to look at the derelict houses out of the EPD notices to see where we can access those housing units, those derelict houses. We are running a project now to identify a minimum of 20 and to perfect an instrument that will allow us to access those lands. Those are private lands. What we have also done in St. Peter recently, with the 6 Men's Life Improvement Project, is to identify a vacant area within that section, and we have done a subdivision. We should have landed it at town planning by now. I have to check with my senior planning officer, where we are looking to have about, I think it's about 8 to 10 lots in that area to allow us to do some shifting of those houses as well. So where we can go into smaller housing areas and extract some housing, some lots, we will do that. Those are called more brownfield type sites, and where we can do the other thing, which is the larger scales, we'll also do that. But we are hoping through the Permanent Secretary, as we're working, to be able to pull forward a new derelict housing revision project, working with both the NHC and the RUDC to open up lands that already have services attending to them, which will give government a large ease in terms of its expenditure. But we have to perfect the legal instrument by which we do it. So that is why we are running a pilot on it right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. Philip West. Honourable Member for St. Philip West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I start this morning with gratitude to the National Housing Corporation for some work that they have started within the constituency of St. Philip West. And I'm happy to hear the minister speak of quality, safe, and sustainable housing. And in that connection, Mr. Chairman, my question relates to the housing area in Farm Gardens in St. Philip, where the National Housing Corporation has already started its good work with replacing the asbestos roofs on a number of houses that were built by NHC. My question is, sir, having started with some houses in this financial year, only 2 were completed, but there are a number of other houses who still carry asbestos roofs. And in the interest of maintaining the quality and the safety of those housing, when can the people of St. Philip West expect that the rest of those asbestos roofs will be replaced?
Honourable Member, thank you for your question. I would like to invite the General Manager of the NHC to address it.
Thank you very much, Minister. As you have stated, we've completed 2, and those 2 were of an urgent content because we received letters from the medical fraternity in respect of those homes and the effect that they were having on families. Money has been approved for the next financial year for the completion. I think there are 10 more to be done.
Yes.
And we've made that request, and that request has been accepted. So I would say within the first quarter of the year, we should be able to do some completion of some others for you, and that should be continuous until the 10 of them are completed.
Mr. Chairman, may I continue? My second related question.
Yes, you may, as long as it is related.
Yes, in the very same community, which we identified, there are also some outstanding conveyances. In other words, for many years in that very same community, persons were told that they would have access to the housing. That was, many of them have letters that suggest that. However, there has been no paperwork that allows them to know that that house is now theirs. My question, therefore, is, again, in the same Farm Gardens community, when can we expect that that paperwork will be completed? And if there are any impediments that we need to be aware of that we need to overcome in order to advance that effort?
Thank you, Honourable Member. I would like to invite the Chief Legal Officer at the NHC, Ms. Henrietta Boardford, to address your issue.
Good morning, Henrietta Bournford, Chief Legal Officer, National Housing Corporation. In relation to Leadville, does the location in question?
Leadville has been addressed, particularly as it relates to Jade Circle. It is Farm Gardens that we're talking about.
Farm Gardens. At Farm Gardens, we have, under the 20-year program, there are a couple of units. And in some instances, these are single houses. There are 7 units, and they are to be transferred.
2 have already been transferred.
Today, 2 have been conveyed, and there are issues in relation to having some additional surveying done within because some are duplexes, so they will need to be subdivided. So that is what is outstanding. But we have a scheduled list of those outstanding estates that in this financial year, we will be addressing. We recognize there's a need to have the title conveyed to a number of persons, some that have been outstanding for a while, and our team has met and a strategy has been devised in order to transfer as many of these units as possible. It involves, in some instances, the surveying, and in some instances, having the engineering certificates obtained. So that is on our agenda, and it will be addressed.
Thank you very much. That's very encouraging. And finally, I heard the minister early, Mr. Chairman, mention that there may be a shift from national housing, dealing more with construction and dealing more with maintenance again with regards to these kinds of housing. And my question is, there were a number of...
Honourable Member, is this a related question to your first?
Yes, it is, because it relates specifically to the affordable housing and how we are being able to maintain and deal with it.
You may proceed. Let me caution honourable members that I am in the chair and I will be the judge of whether the questions are related or not.
Okay, thank you. And Minister and team, National Housing Corporation had started the construction and repairs on a number of buildings after Elsa and others in this community and others. Now, with there being a shift from my understanding, please correct me if I've misunderstood, with the shift where National Housing is no longer doing the construction part of things, but would more be doing the maintenance of things. My question is, how are we ensuring that the houses started by National Housing on a construction level, that they do not now fall through the cracks and then not be transferred? To whom are they going to be transferred for those that are incomplete? And how will we ensure that they are addressed in an efficient manner?
Thank you, Honourable Member. And yes, you are correct that the National Housing Corporation will concentrate more on the maintenance and will engage more in joint ventures to be able to speed up the housing building process and also to guarantee better quality homes for Barbadians. I will invite the General Manager to speak on the issues on projects that we have started.
Thank you, Minister. As we are aware, that I'm confident that the MP is speaking about the Hurricane Elsa project, and the Hurricane Elsa project is ongoing with a project section, and until that project is completed, that section will remain, that team will remain to make sure that the houses are completed. We are hoping very soon through a supplementary to be able to start those houses once again across this country and to complete them very quickly.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Christchurch West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And again, Minister and your team, good morning. You know, it's interesting when you come in a little bit down the batting order, because I had some questions that were already asked by some previous members, and I thought, that is good. There were some supplementaries I would have wanted to have asked, but I will leave it there. But I wanted to get specifically and zero in on the electrical upgrade program, because I looked through the estimates, and yes, the electrical upgrade program has been a benefit, but I want specifically, unlike my colleague from St. James Central, I am going to press the parish pump, because Pleasant Hall started some time ago, and I want to thank the people at National Housing Corporation, but there's still a couple blocks that have not been completed. And I would like to ask that we please zero in on these, because you cannot half complete or 80% complete the job. And we really need to zero in and get the electrical upgrade in that particular area sorted. I would like to ask you, Minister, when do you think that Pleasant Hall will be completing the electrical upgrade program?
Thank you for your question. I would like to invite the GM to address it.
Thank you very much. In respect of Pleasant Hall, we have a situation where the units, most of them are completed as I'm seeing here, but there's an issue with the extension, and having had discussions with you previously, what we did is we went to the board in December, and we asked the board to reach a situation where we, National Housing Corporation, now does the extensions, and we are looking at two ways of making sure that we get back the funds from that, because the extensions would have been put on, they're legal, and they would have been put on by the person at that unit. But what it is doing, those people who are on the right side are being affected, because Barbados Light and Power Company has stated that they will not put on one or two on any terrace units. It must be the complete block when they're coming to put on the meters. Therefore, we've reached a situation where we can't continue to disadvantage others So the board has made a determination that we will do those extensions. In respect of the particular one, there's one in particular at Pleasant Hall where the person has put on extensions, but it seems that she's now renting those extensions. So that's a special case that we now have to deal with. And so that is with the legal section at this time. But as I said, across the country, Dickens Farm and other places, there are extensions, but the board has made a determination we're going to do those extensions so we can make the ill right. Therefore, we're going to do that, but then as I said, the payment will either depend, one of the ways that the board said that payment can be determined is the fact that when the job is completed, that for those persons who their properties have not been transferred to them as yet, that they cannot gain their properties until they've paid off what that sum will be. Also, another idea that came up is that we can go to, prepare a paper, go to Cabinet, and we can ask Cabinet to get these funds from the consolidated fund, and when that is done, as the persons, for those persons who are not under the 20-year program, that when they pay us back, that we do pay back the consolidated fund or the housing credit fund, whichever it may be. But these are the options. A board paper is being prepared. We've been approved to do the extensions, but we now have to determine how those funds will be returned to us, or whether the government will grant us those funds so we can complete the job even quicker.
Thank you very much. I'll ask the follow-up question then, because clearly, as you quite rightly said, the many cannot be disadvantaged because of the actions of the few. And I gladly support that and look forward to seeing that that matter is concluded. However, you did bring up the 20-year program. And I know that we had a bill laid here in this honorable chamber about, I believe it was 240 people to get the 20-year program, but there are many others. And I would ask you, Minister, now that we've had that time that has elapsed since that first bill, when will the second bill be coming? And then how many you think you'll be able to get? Because there are obviously other people who could benefit from that conveyance under that 20-year program.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, that first bill is to be laid, and this is one of the hallmarks of my short time in the ministry, to be able to bring a vesting bill to this honourable chamber so that we can empower individuals, not just in a piece way, but in a large batch. Because we all know that it was like watching paint dry or grass grow. It was taking way too long. And this government has a tremendous mandate in empowering people, just not by building, but by manipulating innovative legislative mechanisms like the vesting bill, and also still manipulating the age-old, aging like a fine wine, Tenancy's Freehold Purchase Act to be able to empower Barbadians. So yes, Honourable Member, you're correct. We have about 200 odd to start with. And I know that the Prime Minister has my feet to the fire. And we must deliver no less than that in the next batch. And that is my creed. That is my promise to you, that we will not allow shortages, say, in the engineering certificates or in the surveying, to delay this process, the process of empowering Barbadians. But Honourable Member, to give you more specifics on this, I would like to again invite the Chief Legal Officer to give you more specifics on where we are.
Thank you, Minister. As stated by Minister Gibbs, indeed, the Prime Minister is directing and the focus and thrust is to get as many of these units conveyed to persons who have been waiting on the units for an inordinately long period of time. And we've adopted a number of approaches in order to do so. Currently, as Minister indicated, there's a bill that is laid before Parliament to have persons enfranchised. But in addition to that, we are currently preparing, well, we've started the process of preparing a second batch that will come to Parliament. This process involved the wardens going into the field, and that has been ongoing to check it to see the status of the houses, if tenants are there or not. We also have another approach in those instances where we don't have the engineering certificates. It may be a case where we can get the necessary permission from planning and development to get the certificates of compliance, so that those units in addition could be added to the list for transfer to the qualified tenants. We're looking at all the various estates that we think would be low-hanging fruit. And we have a target of at least 500 units, but if we can have more added to that, so we could ultimately have all the units transferred to those persons who are eligible to have their units conveyed to them.
Thank you, Minister. And that, I guess, brings me to my final question as it relates to this same matter, because it goes to criteria. And I heard very clearly the member for St. Michael Northwest talk about when people, after they reach 20 years, well, they should continue to pay rent. And I know that certainly in my area, there were people that once they got to 20 years, they stopped paying the rent because they thought that they would fall under that policy. So what happens in those situations? Exactly what criteria are you following to know which units would qualify? Is it that if people owe rent that they still will not qualify? Do those rents after 20 years have to be liquidated? What are the criteria that people would be able to get onto the program exactly?
Thank you, Honourable Member. I would like to invite the GM to further address your question.
What happens there, the criteria falls under, the first criteria is that you, under the 20-year program, is that you must be a first-time homeowner. And what happens then is that the legal section would go through the records of the registrar of titles to make sure that you indeed don't own a property in this country. Once that is done, that is really the basis of determining, once you've lived in that unit for 20 years or more, that you should become the owner of that property. In respect of the paying of rent, there are persons, and I think there are over 2,000 persons who will receive letters from the National Housing Corporation stating that they are part of the 20-year program. And I think that once you receive that letter, you stop paying rent. So the persons in your community would have stopped paying rent when they would receive a letter saying that they're now fully up on the 20-year program. The program was put on hold in 2018. And there are some persons who would now be coming into the 20-year program, and they would have been paying rent through the 2020, 21, 22, 23, and they've now made the 20 years and so on, and they believe that they should stop. But they have not received letters from the National Housing Corporation. So that is why, to be on the safe side, many continue to pay that rent. The issue has been mentioned by the representative for St. Michael Northwest, and it is an issue that we will deal with very urgently because a decision has to be made, a firm decision has to be made once you've made that 20 years.
I'm not sure you quite answered, but I will yield back at this time and we'll discuss further with your minister.
Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the Honourable Minister knows exactly what my first question will be. One of the wonderful things about this format for the estimates is that...
Before you proceed, Honourable Member, for those persons who would have made their contribution already, Honourable Members, please, when you do so, take your marker down. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'm reclaiming my 12 seconds.
You can proceed.
One of the wonderful things about this format is that it allows us to bring directly questions from constituents whom we have canvassed for this very purpose to this honorable place. And that's one of the reasons that I think that this innovation has been one of the best of this government's term. I got many calls this morning from residents of Valerie, knowing that the Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance would appear in the well today, and I am grateful for engaged constituents. The National Housing Corporation at subprogram 533 in your estimates, Minister, is meant to execute $23.5 million as part in this vote. The residents of Valerie continue to be concerned about the maintenance of the units in which they live, the buildings overall, and the grounds of the property. We know that the original construction was problematic. That is something that we have identified from some of the current problems that we have. However, here we are. Government is a continuum, and we have to be able to respond. The elevator and its maintenance continues to be an issue. The fact that safety and security are issues for residents because of the entry system that is used for the buildings, and general maintenance for individual units has also continues to come up. Some months ago, the general manager, the then minister, and other officials came to have a town hall meeting with residents. I have not received, as MP, a report on any follow-up that came from that, a specific report on how those issues are to be addressed. And I am interested to hear specifically, with respect to Valerie, what is the intended approach to be able to address some of these issues. And please feel free in the response to include any agreements, covenants with residents themselves that you think would be useful in the way forward. I say that because I am well aware of the rights and responsibilities balance in this equation. And I know that the NHC has made some efforts with respect to the maintenance of the elevator, with respect to the parts that took a long time but finally came and were installed, and other issues dealing, for example, with the door to the buildings that needed to be reinstalled. So I am aware that these things also require an investment and a commitment from residents, but I would like to hear specifically, and with timelines if you can, what are the plans to make sure that people are able to live safely and well in the units at Valerie?
Thank you, Honourable Member. And we have had many conversations on Valerie, and I know you're very passionate about making sure that the residents there, your constituents, can have safe surroundings. And there have been many issues that some have been addressed and some are still outstanding. And you have my commitment that we will continue to work with you through the National Housing Corporation to aspire to, not only aspire, but we will execute strategies and programs to be able to solve these issues for your constituents. But specifically, I would like to invite the GM and then Mr. William Clark to dive a bit more in on what we have planned to address these issues.
Thank you, Minister. In respect of the Valerie high rises, let's deal with the elevator first. And yes, the elevator has been repaired, And only yesterday, based on what was stated to me, we would have began to install cameras within those elevators. It is critical that we do such because the elevators are suffering from vandalism continuously. And with that in mind, we need now to make sure we can secure the lives of persons who come through that door and go into those elevators. And we are working, we were told that within 2 weeks, those cameras should be installed. So we are hoping that we can cut the amount of vandalism and the amount of damage done to those elevators. The door, we've ordered a door concept from one of the suppliers here in Barbados. They're working on it. We're hoping that it can be completed because whatever we put at Valerie, at some point, I mean, however we change it, we find out that it gets damaged. We've gone to, they're one of 2 suppliers and we've chosen one. We've gone to them and asked them to come and give us a concept that would give a more secure building and make the occupants even feel more secure, and that has been done. We're hoping that that can be completed pretty soon. So we are looking towards that. In respect of the maintenance of the units and so on, that continues. We are having some challenges too with some of the tenants in the way that they are keeping the units. Even when we repair the units, that the units return to a state of disrepair pretty quickly. So we are having, Mr. Clark and his team are having conversations with those persons to see how best we can handle and deal with that situation. With that in mind, I turn over to the Chief Estates Officer, William Clark.
Thank you very much, Jim, and good morning, everyone. William Clark, Chief Estates Officer, National Housing Corporation. Just to say to Minister, I share your concerns with the work that's being done at Valerie, and I'm glad the General Manager went into detail to explain some of the challenges that we are experiencing at the Valerie High Rise. With respect to the repairs, however, we've carried out a number of replacements on the internal units. For example, we are experiencing challenges with the roof, as you mentioned earlier, and quite rightly. We have had in the past some difficulty with the roof, and now in these estimates, we have been requesting funds so that we can escalate that work to repair the roofs at Valerie. This is going to help us to reduce some of the challenges that we've been facing with leaks that really cause a lot of the deterioration of the woodwork in there. But what I can say, we're happy to report that from the last meeting we had with respect to the tenants, we've replaced some 13 cupboard units throughout Valerie. And in many cases, we've replaced in the bathroom areas some 13 ceiling structures. The repairs continue at a slow rate, but hopefully now with these and these new estimates, we will be able to escalate those repair work so that those can be completed at a faster and much sooner rate. With respect to the security with the doors that the GM spoke about, we have had over the last year, those doors have been replaced 3 times. And as the GM mentioned, we are currently looking now at a more solid type of roof structure that would be more secured and that would be resistant to vandalism. But that's a challenge that we are facing at Valerie. It is true that we're doing the best we can with respect to what we have, but the tenants have to work with us. And particularly young children, those are the ones who are really carrying out a lot of the damage to the structure at Valerie.
Thank you, Minister, and to your team for those thorough responses. I didn't get on this occasion to make reference to these sewage and sanitation issues. But in my first follow-up question, having reference to what we just heard about the fact that the doors at Valerie had to be replaced 3 times in order to be more tamper-resistant, and you've had to try to find other kinds of innovations for dealing with this kind of maintenance and repairs. I wanted to ask a general question about new approaches to housing construction, both for these kinds of housing units, but also to account for the demand and the speed and the scale that you're being asked to meet now, Minister. It clearly can't be the old methods for all kinds of reasons. And I trust, and I know that the ministry has been looking at innovative housing and some new ways of building homes more quickly. I know that there's a recent one that I'm told can get a house up in 6 weeks. And so I'm interested to hear from you about some new approaches to construction that will help to address longevity and scale.
Thank you, Honourable Member, and most certainly that is squarely our mandate to find more innovative ways to construct resilient and affordable homes. And I would like to insert another word in there, which is dignified. And the dignity of living in a home is such that the materials that you have, and you're quite correct, that the materials can stand the test of time. So given that hope is the engine of our building now, and they have formed new partnerships with contractors and developers who bring innovative ways in building homes. I would like to invite the CEO of Hope to give some examples of how they've been able to build better, more resilient homes faster, so that we can supercharge our housing strategy. So I invite the CEO of Hope to comment.
Yeah, Mark Williamson, CEO of Hope. Yeah, currently we have a project called Concordia, where we're building prefabricated timber homes at speed, and we have quite a strict quality control process on that form of construction. Up in St. Lucie, we have a project under construction.
Officer, sir, you bring the mic, speak closer to the mic, thank you.
Better? So in St. Lucie, we have a project under construction where we're building 86 houses with lightweight gauge steel construction, which is a fairly fast process. Again, that's been constructed under strict quality control procedures.
Sorry, I was giving the minister a chance to come back, but we'll leave it there. I have a final follow-up. The need for innovative approaches to construction and maintenance is a function of demand. When I sit in my constituency office every week and hear from people about their housing needs, invariably they will say, I have an application in NHC since, and some of it dates back to my birthday. This is not news to you, Minister, and this is a national challenge. This is not one that you may shoulder primarily, but you do not shoulder alone, because this relates to all kinds of issues at the national level. But I remain concerned about the management of applications and response, and being able to give applicants a real answer that may include things like offering other kinds of solutions that may not be strictly within the purview of the Ministry of Housing or NHC. What I would like to see improved is clients' sense of assurance, either a yes, a no, this is in 6 years, this is in 10 years, this is something that is not within our scope, something. What is your approach to being able to manage the thousands of applications and new requests that the ministry is receiving for housing?
Honourable Member, thank you for that question. And you're quite correct. We must do better when it comes to communication with the list of clients that exist in our database. What we are currently doing, Honourable Member, is that we are looking at our database of clients more as a knowledge-based database where we can mine information so that we can provide solutions, housing solutions, which are better suited to our customer base. And the truth is that these individuals that have been waiting, as you said, since you were born, and the truth is that I get letters all the time. I meet people everywhere, and they tell me that they've been waiting for 20 years, 25 years. Some of them have dropped out of the list, and the truth is that those individuals in this database that have been waiting for all these years, they must be given priority to any developments that we have. And the Prime Minister and the Cabinet have set the policy for, along with the Ministry of Housing, that this is how we have to approach this list, that these individuals must be given priority to any new developments that we have going forward. And the truth is yes, we have to pay better attention to their needs and be more communicative with these individuals on how to go about acquiring a mortgage. And in those situations where you may fall short, then what other solutions do we have for you, our customer, our client? And the truth is, as I said earlier, we are crafting different solutions for them, such as in the social mortgage program, rent to own. But we need to pay attention to their needs. And the truth is that going forward, under my guidance and leadership, we will be using more of a client-based methodology and approach in the way in which we allocate housing. So we have already began to approach this situation differently. To expand on this, I would like to invite the GM to give you a little bit more insight, and those people who have been waiting for such a long time, on the changes that we have made so that we can better meet their needs. GM?
Thank you very much, Minister. We've implemented a contact center. The contact center is still at an early stage, but the idea here is that applicants, when they call or when they walk into the National Housing Corporation, that they can now go to a section where they can sit and have their applications and so on filled out for them. At the said time, one of the challenges that we are facing at National Housing is the fact that the depletion of the units that we have because of the 20-year program and the tenancies program and so on that is giving these units to persons. We now don't have the quantum of units that we had previously. We know that there's a commitment to build 10,000 houses over the next 5 years, and quite a few of them will fall under the social mortgage initiative, so that we can only hope that there will be an increase in the amount of units and houses, even as we go now to set to lets and we go to we stay with high-rise buildings, that we'll be able to offer more units to those persons who are now making applications to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back. My tent card will remain up because I'm asking you to come back to me once this first round is finished, please.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you do now report progress to His Honor the Speaker and beg leave to sit again.
The question is that I do now report progress to His Honor the Speaker and beg for leave to sit again. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman has reported progress and requests leave to sit again. Honorable Leader of Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the House until 12:20.
The question is that this honorable chamber be suspended until 12:20 p.m. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands suspended until 12:20 p.m. The sitting is resumed. Prior to the break, we were debating the Appropriation Bill 2026. We return to the Appropriation Bill 2026.
This Honourable House is now in Standing Finance Committee. Honourable Member for St. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Firstly, I would want to thank the Minister and his team for so clearly explaining to us the qualification criteria for the 20-year program. I believe we were told that being a first-time owner, 20 years of residence, and not owning any property in this country is part of the criteria. I'm thankful for that, because that would clarify for a number of my constituents, especially those in the Dean's Town housing area, who have been asking me for years if they qualify for that particular program. So I want to thank you for that. At least I know now exactly what to tell them. But my main questions this morning have to do with the issues that are faced by residents in the Scotland district. You would have mentioned land slippage. We have a number of houses in the White Hill area that were identified for relocation as far back as the 90s. And again, I believe it was 2017 and 2018, we also identified a number of houses that we would want relocated from in that Scotland district for the mere fact that they're impacted heavily by land slippage, which is something that we've wrestled with in the Scotland district for a number of years. But just like our road infrastructure and our bridge infrastructure, we're seeing now with the impact of the climate crisis and perhaps some other factors that may be more to do with the disposal of the sewage. We are seeing a number of houses now cracking and falling, not only in White Hill, but also in Chalky Mount, where we have a number of houses out there that are also starting to slip into the gully, literally slip into the gully. What I would want to know, Minister, what are your plans for treating to these houses, especially those in the Scotland district? I'm sure my colleague from over in St. Joseph have a similar challenge, especially in Spa Hill and those places where we have seen land slippage in the past couple of months. What are the plans in the ministry to treat this particular problem as peculiar, in many cases, to the Scotland district?
Honourable Member, thank you so much for your question. I'm happy to say to you that yes, the ministry is committed to the 20-year program, but I must say that historically it has been done in an ad hoc manner, and what I will take the NHC and its board to task is to regularize this so that individuals know how we're going about in applying this program. In reference to your comments on the land slippage and the obvious necessity to relocate individuals, we do have an active program there, and I would like to invite Ms. Nicole Johnson to address this matter.
Good morning. Yes, there is a program. We have a relocation ongoing for the White Hill to Farmers relocation. The persons that we would have originally identified for relocation, the majority of those, at least 15 of those have been relocated. We just have 4 remaining from that original relocation to recite. Yes, we have had some additional relocations coming on, which has sort of put some strain on the ministry, because then we have to now look for additional sites to place those persons to, because we would not have been looking or had not have budgeted for those persons. So we then had to put in additional funds then to seek to relocate those additional households, especially those that came in with the Scotland district relocation. So we have now made provisions for those additional persons from the Scotland District Rehabilitation Relocation Project. We've also done the survey work for those persons who are affected at Spa Hill and Moose Bottom. We put in funds for those, and we will be looking to do the relocation for those persons to sites owned by the state and the NHC during this financial year.
Thank you. I'm sure persons living in Moose Bottom and those persons in White Hill would be happy to hear that the ministry is hard at work in having their houses relocated. I also mentioned, as a follower, sewage, because what we've come to discover over time is that part of the problem that we face in the Scotland district is the disposal of sewage. And nowhere is this problem more acute than in the Belle Plaine housing area, where we have a very old housing estate. But I think we have an equally aged sewage system that is no longer fit for purpose. And to be honest, I think some of the houses down there are no longer fit for purpose, to be perfectly honest. So if you can tell me what are the plans in the ministry to address not only the sewage situation that we have in the Belle Plaine housing area, but also perhaps some of these older housing estates where
Honourable Member, that is a new question. It is a new question, Honourable Member. You are not permitted to ask it now. You will yield and come back to the question. It is a new question. You first asked about the situation with the persons moving and such like. That's what you spoke about. Honourable Member for St. James South.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to the team from the Ministry of Housing. I know that you have a challenging task and you try your best with the limited resources that are available to you to be able to service the needs of an entire country. My question today will focus primarily on the needs in St. James South, because the needs are great. There are over 11,000 persons who reside there, and we have a government housing area there where there are a number of needs, and the rest of the constituency tends to have people in the older generation who are experiencing some challenges in terms of housing and so on. So I want to focus on those needs to find out what your plans are. You've already shared that the intention is to fast track the transfer of Title II persons within the Haynesville area, that they can have ownership of their units. What I was unclear about was exactly, you had outlined, I think, 2 or 3 things that you said that you were going to do to in relation to the units and the state of the units that would be helpful to the potential homeowners. So I would like, if you don't mind, if you can repeat that. And then the other issue of the ownership issue has to do with the tenantries program. I know that Endurance, you would have done the assessments. I am eager to hear what else will be done, what's the next step that will be taken to ensure that people who, and I have a number of people who've already paid their portion, but as yet the government has not been able to pay theirs to allow them to own it. And because many of them are getting older in age, they are afraid that they will pass on and not be certain whether or not the entitlement or right would naturally pass to their heirs. So this is part of the issue, so I would appreciate hearing how you're going to address the issue of ownership for the people of St. James South.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And Haynesville being very important to St. James South, being that it is a very dense housing area, which does accompany the usual issues in terms of general repairs, density. To address the density issue, as I would have spoken to you about previously, we are going to be building additional units. We have a plan to build additional units there. In terms of the 20-year program, I would like to invite the CLO to give you the hard facts on where we are and the route that we will take to travel to be able to empower these individuals who are very important to you and that constituency. So, CLO.
Thank you. Haynesville. Haynesville is one of the next areas that will be in the second batch for where it's proposed that units will be transferred by an act of parliament. We're currently pulling all the necessary files. These will be instances where persons would have been issued the offer letter before stating that you qualify for the free transfer of the unit. So we're reviewing all of those files, making sure we have the necessary certificates on file, and wardens have actually started to go in the field already. They were there last year just trying to compile the information. So within approximately 2 weeks or so, we will have a pretty good idea as to where we are with Haynesville in terms of further transferring, preparing that list to, for the transfer of the units. So at this stage, I can't give you the specific number, but suffice it to say it is being worked on.
Now, part of the challenge associated with the transfer of the units are the issues pertaining to the sewage. And I know that there have been issues, you've experienced issues with people building and presenting a challenge now where the building, the extension now sits over a well and things like that. And I believe the issue of sharing the wells, the issue of the firewalls and so on, all of these have been challenges to this process. I just want to know what progress you're making and when can the people of Haynesville look forward to some resolution on those matters so that we have a very smooth, relatively trouble-free transition to ownership.
Terms of when we go in to do the engineering surveys, where sometimes you have instances where people have built on. Now, what we have done is that we are seeking to regularize the way in which we do assess those issues. And I will let the CLO again tell you how we are treating to those.
In relation to the whole issue of the sewage, NHC will still be ultimately responsible for maintaining and doing the necessary visits to the location to remove any sewage, maintaining the wells. Those are areas which are common areas. So we are not transferring any sharing interest in the common areas to the tenants. So that will be our ongoing responsibility to deal with that. So we will still remain a presence in all of the estates that we are transferring to the qualified tenants. In relation to the electrical upgrades, we already gave that a commitment to do that. A number of them have already been completed. Any outstanding, we will still continue to do so. I think that's the main thing, the electrical upgrades, and then the engineering certification. In instances where we would need to have those certificates, engineers will be selected, but for the most part, a number of the units in Haynesville, we obtain the certificates of compliance from back then the Chief Town Planner, now the Director of Planning and Development. So we're in a position where we can convey some of those units.
One of the challenges that I recognize we have going forward is the issue of public education. The expectations that Barbadians build around the issue of being in a rental unit, where we want to transfer responsibility, learn to take responsibility for repairing and taking care of the maintenance and so on. These are challenges because many people have built up over time the notion that government should at all times be the one repairing the home and so on. As well as when those properties are transferred, I believe that one of the things we need to be able to do is to have like an owners association and use those as a means to educate people to their responsibilities, that they now have to save some money to put towards maintenance, that they now need to act responsibly in relation to the disposal of their garbage or the use of the common facilities. There are a whole set of things that I think we need to do some additional preparation on. So I would like to know to what extent the ministry is looking at developing such a program which will help to smooth the expectations of people and allow them to embrace the unit as a gift and not find themselves feeling dissatisfied because their expectation was not met as to how this should now work for them.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And you're quite correct. You would have heard the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central speak on Valerie and the issues of maintenance that we have there. There are a number of ways of approaching this. And one of the things that the ministry through the NHC is looking at is in this general repair and beautification drive, what we will be seeking to doing is looking to see how we can bring on some of the young people in those specific areas. So in Haynesville, for instance, Honourable Member, we will be partnering with you to see how we can bring on some young people in that area that we can bring on the program to beautify, landscape, maybe learn a skill from a leader in the area who is a bit more experienced and wise. And our experience with this is that when you bring on people who have some connection to the area, they will then, in essence, treat those places with more respect. And we will have the added benefit of transferring skills to young people in that area. So I've spoken to the general manager, and I will have the conversation with the board, where we'll look to also empower these young people in these areas so that we can have not only just a transfer of skills, which you would appreciate in your capacity as minister, but also have them have a tethering to the area where they can respect the facilities a bit more. So that is a program that we will be working on as well. Now, in relation to public education, most certainly this is a worthwhile endeavor, and we will look at ways that we can not just say, here you go, here's the title, and what comes next. It's a responsibility that you have to maintain these surroundings. So all of these are very worthwhile things that we will look into, and I thank you for that suggestion, Honourable Member.
Thank you. Honourable Member for St. John.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Honourable Minister, to you and your team. My question is in relation to the whole project at Pool. The truth is that I'm tired of saying I don't know. So I'm seeking some answers today in relation to one, the restart of this project and possible conclusion date. Now, note that this project was triggered by me in 2018. 8 years later, not a single house completed. So if I can have some information to share with my constituents in relation to when there will be a restart and a possible completion date, I would be happy.
Thank you, Honourable Member, and I must first start by saying I'm glad it's you asking this question. So, in regards to Pool, I can say to you that there were some issues that existed there that we are actually addressing, some legal issues as it pertains to ownership of Pool, and that ultimately was the reason why it stalled. But I can say to you that we are going to restart this project. I'm hoping for Q1 next year. Once we have resolved these issues, you can hold my feet to the fire, Honourable Member, that we will restart Pool. But once we have gotten over these issues, which we are currently addressing, one is the issue of ownership, and the other is the issue of a contract that was entered into that was not amenable to that project being continued to make any sort of gains or money. So once we have resolved those issues, which you have the assurance from me that we will restart that project under your tenure as the Honourable Member from St. John, and I feel very good to say that.
Minister, I was told that this project would have been restarted a year ago, February 2025. So I am hearing you, but can you be more specific in terms of that start date, because you're still general?
Yes, sir. So I understand your frustrations, and I know that you are out there batting strong for your constituents, and this has been an eyesore for you, and let's be frank, for the ministry as well, through Hope. And the truth of the matter is that this issue was front and center on my desk to be solved. I've been in the office for 6 months previously until this time around, and I can assure you that you can tell your constituents that we will restart this project, Honourable Member. And I can tell you that I will not be going to the next budget for you to have to lambaste me on this particular matter. And that is motivation enough for me and my team to be able to deliver for you and the good constituents of St. John.
You mentioned batting, so let me continue my innings. Same wicket, Chair. In light of what you're saying, the other angst at the location, the communities all around this particular project is being impacted in a significant way with coverage. 8 years, and I think the project was clean partially only once. In recent times, the land adjacent to the main road, about 12 feet or so, was cleared. But I am now requesting or asking you, Minister, that this particular location be cleaned on a regular basis to take out the coverage that is impacting the residents downwind and everything other side of this particular project. Note that they have a number of landscapers in St. John that would be quite willing to be contracted to take care of this particular
Honourable
cleaning.
Member, this does not connect with housing construction at Pool. This cannot be directed to the Honourable Minister at this time.
Chair, the
Honourable
area,
Member.
Chair, the area that I'm speaking about is at
Honourable
the
Member,
location.
the ruling is that you cannot direct that question to the Honourable Member at this time. It has nothing to do with the housing. You were talking about COH.
The COH is in the housing project, Chair.
Honourable Member, do you have a follow-up
So noted.
question?
I yield back, Chair.
Honourable Member for St. Michael Central.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. First, I want to commend the ministry for all the work that they've been doing. This question is specifically in relation to an area in my constituency, Glenderry Prison, the old Glenderry Prison. And the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central had touched on it briefly earlier when she was speaking of the demand for the government housing. So my question is, what are the plans? What plans does the ministry have for the Glenderry Prison? Is it going to be used as a site that could possibly develop some of those very same housing units to help settle the demand?
Honourable Member, thank you so much for that question. And I know for a fact that you have been very instrumental in making sure that the surroundings and the environs have been clean and debushed, and the Ministry of Housing has aided in that endeavor. In terms of Glenderry and future plans, that property is actually vested in the Barbados Tourism Investment, Inc. And you are fortunate that I was associated with that company in a previous life. So I do know that there are significant plans for Glenderry in terms of a facility which would include a museum, restaurants, shopping, which would greatly enhance your community and your constituency by bringing employment and enfranchisement for people in those communities. Right now, the ministry's purpose is essentially to make sure that it is clean, devoid of coach and bees' nests and such things like that. But I am pretty certain that there are big plans for Glenderry.
This is a follow-up question in relation to the same demand for housing units. I heard mention of a plan for 5,000 houses in the next 5 years, but how many of those houses have actually been built thus far? And then if not many of them have been built, can the ministry give us a figure in terms of how soon we can expect at least a great majority of those houses to be built?
Thank you, Honourable Member. It's a very, very good question. And as I would have said earlier, our approach to building has changed. And this policy was set from the Cabinet, and the Ministry of Housing will employ a more industrialized approach to construction using innovative building techniques. HOPE is a big part of that, and they have been partnering with contractors that have employed innovative techniques in like steel frame. We know we had the experience with East West in terms of being able to construct houses with a different approach using this like steel frame technology. It was a slow wind up, but we have learned a lot from that process, and we do believe that we are ready to take off, and this year increase the number of houses. With HOPE alone, at Concordia and at Fustic, we will be doing about 175 houses alone with HOPE. And at Fustic in particular, we've partnered with a company that is engaging in some pretty innovative techniques. We have a pilot going on with them in which we are going to start with 10 houses. And it looks very promising for us to be able to use this in future developments especially in places like Lower Burney, which part of that has been earmarked to be able to decrease the density in the Pine housing area. So HOPE will be the engine using innovative techniques. NHC will engage in joint partnerships. We have been meeting with many different individuals, different companies that have very good competencies in using the new approach to building so that we can supercharge. In regards to actual concrete housing developments that are planned, we have Brighton, which is about 40-something odd houses, St. George. We have planned Hinesbury, which will service the constituencies of St. Michael South Central, St. Michael West, and of course, St. Michael Central will get a piece of that. That's about 48 units, which will be mixed. We have some other things planned. What I would like to do for a concrete list of developments, I would like to invite the PS so I can go through each one for you and you can add up to see where we will be at to make sure that, you know, you're holding our feet to the fire in terms of developing. So PS, I want to invite you to be able to go through with the honorable member the developments that we have planned.
Well, thank you, Minister. There are a number of developments across Barbados that we are going to be doing. We have to look seriously, though, at whether what we can do in the area of the Bell and Glenderry Prison because of the water zone, and consideration is being given to sewer the area so that, in fact, the area can, in fact, be utilized for housing, as long as we have a proper sewage system in place that is being discussed with the Barbados Water Authority at present. All across Barbados, we are identifying lots that will be developed for housing. So if people want to remain in the area where they live, they will get lots there. If they want to move away from the area, they will live. Both HOPE and the National Housing Corporation will take applications, and you will be able to say your preferred area that you want to live, and from then on, when you get your mortgage certificate, if you qualify for a mortgage, or if you go on the social mortgage package where the house is constructed and you pay for it over time, then you will own your house as soon as it's finished. You can use it for whatever purpose you want to in terms of getting a loan, securing, just getting things done that ordinarily you can't use the property for. It will be yours from the outset. So all over Barbados, we will be doing 10,000 houses in the next 5 years. Not 5,000, we are going to be doing 10,000. 2,000 per year between the private sector and the public sector.
Thank you. I was really looking forward to these specifics. I don't know if I heard any of them. The minister did say that you would mention specifics, not just all over Barbados. So if you could be a little bit more specific, I would appreciate it.
I would like, Minister, to hand over to Mr. Raymond Lord, who has got 35 or so applications at town planning at the different areas, so he can say exactly what is happening at those sites.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Raymond Lord, Deputy General Manager, Chief Planning Officer. The National Housing, we've been working on a matrix of over 53 projects as the plan and design agency for the housing delivery. We've done work at Concordia, which you've heard before. That has been built out. River Crescent, that's about 80 lots. Concordia, about over 145 lots. We've done work at Coconut Hall, that's about 27 lots with the East-West. We've done Bullins, which is about 28 solutions plus 2 quads. So we're working to produce a number of sites. Right now, we have permission for Searles, in Christchurch. That is about 145 lots, if I remember correctly, subject to a variation for a condition. We're actually getting ready to put that back in the town plan, in the revised plan. We are working at Bright Hall, St. Lucie. That is the region of over 200 lots. We just had a good conversation with our good colleagues at town planning to resolve an issue there, and that letter should go off to them today. And we should be able to get that back to the board to get a permission for that. That site is going to be a multiple unit site that's going to have quads, townhouses, duplexes, and single detached houses. One of the ways of reaching the target is to increase the density. So in the rural areas that we do developments in, you're going to see duplexes, townhouses, apartment buildings, and single detached, to get the density up in the region of about 14 houses per acre. We're trying to get to about 18, but we see how that design goes. So that's one way of doing it. We're also looking at new areas of development, what we call Dodge South, which is the Course Glade. We finished the first phase design. We're hoping to get that town planning shortly. That's about 78 lots at the present time. We're probably going to redesign that to accommodate duplexes and quads and designs. So we are working on a number of different sites across Barbados. The Course Glade is in two phases. The first phase is 78. The other phase will be about 180. We are working on the design parameters for that. So we are working across almost every parish. We have some lands targeted in St. John. I know the Honourable member for St. John, but no, we haven't left anyone. What we've tried to do at a base level is to ensure that every parish gets at least one subdivision. That's a little difficult because of land use concerns, but we have lands targeted in St. John. We have lands targeted in St. Peter as well. We have a development to go in at St. Joseph with Hope, we call it Branchbury West. That's about 63 units they're looking at there. We were hoping to sit with them and maybe to get an additional couple more units in, but we let their product go forward at this time. We're looking at St. Lucie. Again, government does own large tracts of land in St. Lucie, so we are looking at that as well. In the urban area, we have gone back again to the derelict housing program as maybe one of our solutions, where we can extract those lots that are derelict and put them in using a particular type of legal instrument and economic instrument to make them available for housing. Again, not using the Acquisition Act, but using with the PS1, his very, very creative ideas to see what agreements we can come to. So there are approximately, we suspect, in the region, we've seen an account in the urban area about almost 1,000 derelict notices, not to say that we have derelict lots. We think if we can extract 300 of those, we can really hit the ground and do some soft housing solutions, working with the RUDC. We've been partnering with them to do that. Again, that requires a particular type of legal instrument to do, that we are doing the planning first and then come to the legal instrument after, just to identify and to work. So we are looking at some other lands through planning gains. We have planning gains at Guinea. Well, I shouldn't say that again. We'll be working through that planning gain, through the planning system to do planning gains. So there's a potential for one at Guinea. We've already had access to the plot. We're just waiting for that to be finalized. That is the region of over 100 lots we'll get there. So we are working across the island to do the planning, do the design infrastructure, access the funding with Hope, and do the building. It is taking us a bit of a time because, as you know, we are still working through out of a program into development. So we're working through the HCF and other things like that to see how we get it done. There is a matrix that I have to report on to the Prime Minister. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say the Prime Minister, sorry. To report on to my minister shortly on that we're in PS to redo, that has access to at least 1,400 acres to do housing. We've had to pull back some because of discussion with agriculture, but we're working on it to get that done. Again, we're working at two levels. One, rural areas, Searles in that area. We're working at the town, and in the town, we have plans afoot for Mason Hall Street. Again, to do not high-rise buildings, no more than 4 stories is right now our design instrument using what we call the Hexplex. We're looking to see how we can get that broadened. Mason Hall Street, Country Road. We're working assiduously for a design for Hinesbury. Our minister has asked us to get in 45 units. That is going to be a bit of a press. And to keep it light, airy, affable, green, as opposed to some of the other things we've done in the city. So we're working to get the design right. So we're doing both urban and rural, partner with our UDC colleagues to do a lot of different things. We've settled in the city on the Hexplex, which goes to 3 stories. I'm hoping that we can get some additional lands at Mason Hall Street, and I'll stop here shortly, to extend that, because there's a little challenge with the taller buildings, the 4-story clusters. There are a bit of social components you have to remember when you do these buildings now, and the environmental constraints. As to a question that came up earlier, we're also looking at Belle Plaine, some of the older estates where we're working with the EPD on a pilot, and hopefully we can get that done to look at the sewage systems in there to retrofit them, have a design component of how to fix the issue. And then there's a parcel of land at Shorey Village that we hope to take whatever is the pilot from that solution to go, before we go to Shorey Village, which has a similar geologic makeup, to take that pilot, that study, that design implement to go to Shorey Village to put in about 50 houses. We are trying to work with every single, I don't want to say constituency, every single parish to deliver housing solutions for everyone in the context of agricultural lands not being taken out, and in the context of getting density up. So with that even in mind, we've even piloted with agriculture to do a homesteading project for agriculture. We've actually sent out the feeders. So we're working right across the island at different levels, different scopes to have that done. The major project that we have to deal with, and hopefully the ministry will deal with that for us shortly, is the Lower Burning project, which is to impact a number of people. That is 40 acres, 20 allocated to Hope, 20 to us for joint ventures and other policies. Now we're working through the procurement process for that, and hopefully we can get that resolved and we have planning permission in place so that everything's in place. So we're hoping to get all those projects done. There's been a lot of planning. We have to measure twice and cut once, because we can't come back and say we spent the money badly. That doesn't work anymore. That doesn't work. We're not into that. So we have to look at those areas. So we've done in the region of planning for almost, I think there are 15 major sites listed in the document that we've looked at, in excess of over 2,000 lots. So we hope, we should, when we get through the planning process, the design process will hope be counting the numbers, getting them right. We should be able to start the delivery process again.
Thank you for that thorough response, Deputy GM. I yield back.
Mr. Chair, I beg to move that you do not report progress to His Honor the Speaker and beg leave to sit again.
Beg second.
The question is that they do not report progress to His Honor the Speaker and beg for leave to sit again. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Chairman has reported progress and requests leave to sit again. Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the House until 2:30 p.m.
The question is that this honourable chairman be suspended until 2:30 p.m. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. This honourable chairman stands suspended until 2:30 p.m. This sitting is resumed. I wonder if honorable members' watches are synchronized to the right time. I believe that honorable members' watches seem not to be synchronized. I thought we were supposed to start back at 2:30, but it seems that 2:30 is 2:40. I was just wondering aloud and wondering if when some husbands go out and their spouses ask them to return on time, that when they do get in late, that they have a veritable excuse. I believe so because we seem to have a chronic problem with doing things on time. And I would suggest that honorary members, there's a old picture called "And Justice for All." I would suggest that you should really watch it and see the importance of time. When we last brought for lunch, we were debating the Appropriation Bill 2026. We shall return to that.
This Honourable House is now in standing for Finance Committee. Honourable Member for Christchurch East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Minister, I wish to thank you and your team for presenting yourself to answer the questions. I do note that when you started, almost everybody had their plate up. Yours happens to be one of those ministries. Now, I've had a concern for some time that affordable housing no longer is affordable. And low-income housing no longer is constructed at the rate or at the cost that makes it affordable to persons of low income. So I want to know what is in place and what is the plan to actually construct genuine low-income housing. If a house costs $160,000, $170,000 to build, that's not low income. Being serious. And I know there's a danger. You don't want to produce less than quality just because persons can't afford it. But equally, it's a matter of managing expectations as well. So I want to know what is the plan for genuine low-income housing that takes it down into that $100,000 and below bracket that can be afforded by persons who are really barely managing.
Thank you for your question, Honourable Member. And what you're saying is our #1 mandate in this ministry is to provide affordable housing for Barbadians. And we have had many discussions within the ministry, many roundtable discussions on how do we treat to decreasing the costs. Now, this is the kind of thing that can be perceived as trial and error. And I can tell you, Honourable Member, that when we first started the East-West program, for instance, we have the right technology, which is using steel frame technology, which most of the world is going to construct affordable housing. We can use a modular approach to these types of systems, and we can build faster. But one large component in this design and build methodology is the foundations. And I can tell you, Honourable Member, that in the beginning, we were pricing the foundations too expensive. In essence, over-engineering the foundations. And the Honourable Member from Christchurch West can tell you that. Hence, we were paying too much money and driving up the costs. So what the ministry, through the NHC as well, has proceeded to do is to get down the cost of the foundations. And the Honourable Member from St. George South can tell you that as well, in his tenure, that was one of the things that we trying to get down so that we can decrease the cost. Another component is the infrastructure works, which can be quite pricey. Now, we've had conversations on how we are going to fund this, because that component can also increase the overall cost of the development. I had a conversation with the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast on this in regards to Lower Burney and getting that project started. Now, when you talk about materials, I've had conversations with contractors, specifically in the St. George Brighton project, where they did say that lessons learned would include, for instance, instead of using certain types of tiles, that we would go more to the click system, and you can get those pretty inexpensive out of China. So we have to be cognizant across the board of all the materials that we use that can also bring down the cost. But as you said, quite rightfully so, we do not want to compromise the quality of the finished product. But I can guarantee you that we will be looking from infrastructure works to foundation to quality of materials, look at how we can benefit from economies of scale, and look at how we can use innovative building techniques as well to be able to offer products. Now, we have a pretty experienced planning department, and they will play an integral role, given that the NHC will no longer be building like what they did before. We can concentrate on those areas of planning and design, and also possibly facilitating those said materials that can bring down the overall costs. So that is job one for us, offering affordable housing. And you are quite correct that we must pay specific attention to this matter. Thank you.
So in line with that, and your ambitious target of 10,000 houses in the next 5 years, and I think PS Nikki Smith put that equation into perspective and said that's 2,000 a year. Now, I realize there's been a trend recently towards larger scale developments. So you're going for bigger contractors who can build more houses. But I think that focuses entirely on the production and not the overall ethos of NHC. In the Elsa housing, there's some contractors that I saw constructed some houses. There's a fella I'm thinking of right now who did a fantastic job on a house in Time Bottom. But he has been unable to get any further work from the NHC. So it is, if you are looking to build 10,000 houses, and as I said, I laud your admirable objective, right? I'm not saying give away contracts to everybody, But I believe that we now need to relook at some of these small contractors, and instead of giving them out one house, you can't give a small contractor one house, right? If you're giving him something, you probably need to give him 4 or 5 that he can mobilize the equipment to do 4 or 5 houses in a certain area, buy the materials in such quantities that it brings down the costs. I want to know what is the plan for incorporating small contractors. You're gonna have to prove them. So a man, quite frankly, can't get 5 houses from you unless y'all have gone and seen the houses that he's built. He must have a body of work. You can't gamble on a man who's never built a house, right? But you must be able to show his quality of work, that you can evaluate it, see that it's structurally sound, whatnot. But I believe that those persons need a chance, and I do not think you will get to the 10,000 houses in 5 years unless you have a system that incorporates both the large contractors and also the small contractors. And the small contractors getting work as well drives the economy in a way that only the large contractors will not. So what's the plan for that?
Honourable Member, that is exactly the point, and I agree with you 100%. The journey of 1,000 miles starts with one, and 10,000 houses over 5 years is 2,000 houses a year. And yes, we will take large chunks out of that target by partnering, say, with a developer that can deliver 500, another guy can deliver 300. But guess what? When we get to 1,500, we can look for the smaller contractors to give them some work. And I'm glad to hear that you have the contacts of somebody who did very good work, that we can do, say, 5 to 10 houses. And the thing about it is that they don't have the pockets to be able to fund 100 houses, but they can do 10. And then when they get the returns from that 10, they could do another 10. And then when you get the returns from that 10, you do another 10. But guess what, Honourable Member? That's the same thing that we did in the, what I call the whole restart. So we didn't bite off more than we could chew. And that is how we methodically was able to then fund ourselves, go again, fund ourselves. That way we can be fiscally responsible and also in a predictable way, keep building. So I agree with you 100%. We need to look for those partners. And I would like to hand off now to the GM to let us know how are we tracking contractors who are doing good work and getting them back into the loop.
That is the phase that the Chief Estate Officer, the Maintenance Section, and the Special Project Sections would handle. So I would want to turn that over now to the Chief Estate Officer, Mr. William Clark.
Thank you very much, GM. That's an interesting question. Over the years, we've had direct contact with a number of gateway contractors, a number of contractors throughout the Hurricane Elsa project. I think there were almost 300 contractors in total that we would have worked with. And the truth is, quite a number of them have done excellent work. And we have been keeping a database on the ones who would have come through well, the ones who have had some type of structure to their companies and who produce. And so we'll be able to put that list together, so you'll be able to see who are the contractors that we can continue with the project that was highlighted. And I think that's an interesting way of helping these ones to come to the table to bring together that number as well. Only moments ago, Mr. Lord was saying that we can utilize the houses that are the older houses that we plan to bring back on stream. And I think that those contractors, well, we may not utilize them in large projects, we can utilize them on the houses that we want to bring back in use.
So I'm not a contractor, and I didn't think about certain things. I figure if you build a house, you build 2 houses, build 3 houses, effectively the same. Until the man made the point to me that the boxing and the framework and the scaffolding, when you get your first house and you get that stuff and you finish the house, you still have the stuff. The second house is when you start to make back some of your money on the outlay of the infrastructure to build the first house. And then the third house. So the more you build is the more money you make because effectively the stuff is paid for itself. So I am gonna ask that you consider the small contractors again. I am not satisfied that enough work has actually been given to the small contractors because a lot of them complain. And the government invested a lot of money in the construction gateway and whatnot. And if we don't roll the dice on some of them, if we don't take a chance on some of them, then you will never get the next big contractor coming out. The last point that I wish to make is, as I started by saying, manage expectations. We do need an option that is actually low income. And if you look at how some people in developments do it, you get a structure and then you start to choose the finishes, right? So you can then determine the final cost. To me, there's nothing wrong with constructing a shell if the person needs a shell, right? If I only have $60,000 to play with, I can't expect to get a marble floor, right? I might be able to get a structure that allows me to move in and I can add to it when I'm available to. So we may need to relook the complete finishes which drive the cost up and then take it out to the reach of the persons that we're actually trying most to help and develop a system where we give you a basic and we give you options. You can take it as it is and then you can finish it yourself, but you're in and you got a roof over your head. Or you can then choose the finishes you want to suit the budget that you have. So I think we need to be a little bit more dynamic and flexible in how we approach it so we can tailor the solutions to fit the persons that we're actually trying to host. Thank you, sir.
Honourable Member for St. Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to the Minister and your team. Minister, you've spoken about the importance of constructing climate resilient.
You may need Honourable Member to speak into the mic and speak a bit louder.
Okay, Mr. Minister, you've spoken about the importance of constructing resilient and climate-ready homes across Barbados, and you've created a nexus between the production of these homes and communities not being displaced. Now, I represent a constituency that has a place called Spar Hill and Chimborazo, and we have been displaced due to slippage in the constituency of St. Joseph. But I'm glad to hear that there's a plan for my constituents in that area, in those areas. And I heard the Deputy General Manager of NHC allude to the fact that there's 63 lots in a place which we Josephines affectionately call Ginger Works to be done. But this is not the first time that we've heard about Ginger Works. The reality is that there's an urgent demand for housing in St. Joseph, and we have many persons leaving St. Joseph because there's just no availability. There hasn't been any major construction, government funded construction housing since 2008. So I'm interested to hear what the timelines are for Ginger Works. My constituents have been asking all the time, so if we can get some specifics on Ginger Works, I'd appreciate that.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And your predecessor spoke to me frequently about Ginger Works and wanting to get a housing solution for St. Joseph and, as you say, the Josephines. We even talked about ways in which we can get that project jump-started. Obviously, as I was said before, the infrastructure works for most of these developments is really the hold-up. And we were speaking about ways in which we can cleverly design the first phases so that that investment would not be as large. But let me invite Mr. Raymond Lord again to speak a little bit on the plans on Ginger Works.
Good afternoon again. Ginger Works, well, there are two projects we actually did in Ginger Works Branchbury. The first was the relocation project on the eastern side. That still has a couple lots that we developed with the RDC, now the RUDC. I think that still has about 4 or 5 lots, I'm not sure, I have to check, that are available for specifically set for relocations. I know one side of the subdivision is a bit steep, but we think it's still developable. On the western side, we'll let my colleague Marvin speak about the timelines. There are paths for the western side, which is the branch by 63 units. So we've done 2 sets of work in there. Prior to that, we do recognize the issue of the relocations, and we did make some lands available at Tourville. There are 4 lots, 8 lots in total, that we were able to make over time available at Tourville. We are actively looking for lands, because when we move people in relocations, we don't want to move them too far out of their comfort zone. And we've started doing some desktop work to look for lands in St. Joseph. St. Joseph has a particular problem being in the Scotland district. And that creates a particular type of dynamic that we have to work through. So we're still looking for lands in St. Joseph. I will let Mr. Williamson, Mr. Chair, bring up the final details on the Branchbury West project.
At Hope, we have on Ginger Works, Branchbury, we have 68 houses which will be for sale. The intention there is to use a timber type house, 2 and 3 bedrooms. Of the 68, it's approximately a 50-50 split between the 2 and 3 bedroom houses.
Chairman, I can't hear.
Can you hear me? Oh, okay, sorry. We've been out to tender for the infrastructure for the roads, and we will be hopefully commencing on site later on this year. I'd suggest probably around about August, September of this year, construction on the infrastructure.
From what I was able to gather, you said September this year?
This year, yeah.
And what type of houses will be constructed?
The intention there is we have a planning consent for the timber frame houses, the durability type houses.
Timber frame houses. And the number is 63?
68.
68, thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Member for St. George South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Minister, first let me congratulate you for assuming what I call a very important office in this government, the Ministry of Housing. Let me congratulate your team. They've started some very good work in housing, and I know under your guidance, they will carry on the good work on behalf of the people. Just let me begin by saying a society reveals its moral character, not in rhetoric, but how it shelters its people. And that's fundamental. There are 2 questions I have for the team, but before, Mr. Minister, there is a person who's now a senator who sang a song, "Don't Forget Me," and that person ended up in the Senate. I want to say to you, Mr. Minister, don't forget me, or the people of St. George South. My question, though, relates to, and St. George North as well. My question relates to the Hurricane Elsa project. And while I will ask the question, I want to congratulate the team and the government, because the mandate of rebuilding and repairing some 13 to 1,500 houses was indeed a remarkable achievement thus far. We are not finishers yet. So, having said that, my question relates to the Hurricane Elsa project. Having given the people of this country the assurance that we'll finish the houses, and I'm going to get into St. George in a way, because the people ask me to ask the questions. There have been houses in Carmichael, houses in Greens, that persons have been reaching out to NHC for comments and responses, and they have been far in coming. I get a lot of calls. I haven't been the minister. People still come to my office from St. Philip, St. Lucie, and I, as a true soldier for government, I respond appropriately. But I want to know, because leaving these houses without a roof, leaving these houses without windows, and the type of weather that we're seeing today, and I heard the GM, I think he mentioned that they're going for a supplementary. But you know, when we wait and we wait, we will end up in a situation, Mr. Minister, where we have to spend twice as much money on the houses than what would have been if we execute in a shorter time frame. So on behalf of my people and the other people of this country, there are probably about 5% of the houses remaining now from Hurricane Elsa. And I think we need to complete the houses. And I want to know from you, through you, what are the plans? Waiting on a supplementary, we may wait until I don't know when. But we have to get these houses completed, or otherwise you're going to be spending money, spending tot and mud, as we say. So that's my question to you, the Hurricane Elsa project. And I can go on and on about it, because I don't want to throw anybody under the bus. That's not my aim here, because a lot of work has been done. But only as recent as last month, a young lady who's been reaching out to NHC for eons died from a heart attack and still has not moved into her house in Greens, 2nd Avenue. And these are some of the things that we have to face as a government. And me, I faced it when I went to the polls. And it was not kind. They were not kind to me with respect to housing. So I'm just asking you, what is the plan to complete these houses in the shortest time frame, sir?
Thank you for the question, Honourable Member. I want to thank you for your service. Not too long ago, you were in this hot seat as well. And you're correct, it's a very important ministry. And I am very privileged and honored to be able to be given this tremendous responsibility in empowering Barbadians in owning a house. And I'm also very proud to be a Barbadian and a citizen of a country that would start a program like the Hurricane Elsa Rebuild Program when there are lots of other countries that would not have done so. We know that there have been hurricanes in other places, Category 5 hurricanes that have devastated those countries. And we know that in those instances, if you weren't insured, they didn't have anything for you. So to live in a country that would execute a program like this for its citizens is tremendous. And to answer your question more specifically, we have, as you know, a small percentage left back, and we intend, or we have prepared a cabinet paper which has been sent to the Ministry of Finance to seek approval to unleash the remaining funds to finally complete the work of Hurricane Elsa. But I want to invite Mr. Clark to give a more detailed analysis on what the issues he has seen within this program with the remaining houses.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. First of all, I want to agree that the the Hurricane Elsa program has been a mammoth task under the National Housing Corporation. We were asked to repair some 505 houses. We were asked to rebuild some 265 houses. Where are we? What have we done so far? Throughout the process, we've completed 505 repairs throughout Barbados. Out of the 265 houses that we had to rebuild, we've already completed 247 of them. In the St. George area, we had 129 houses to repair. We've repaired 129 of those. There are one or two that some work still has to be done on, minor works that have to be done on. In the St. Philip area, 125 houses were repaired. In Christchurch, 98 were repaired, 86 in St. Michael, and in total, 505 repair houses were repaired. We've done a considerable amount of rebuild work throughout Barbados. In St. George alone, there were 70 houses that were repaired. In St. Philip, there were 87 houses repaired, 62 in Christchurch. In St. Michael and St. James, etc., coming down in those smaller areas, we've done some 19 houses in total. So in total, 247 houses were completed. And that's a lot of work that had to be done. Now, you asked about some of the challenges that we've been experiencing. First and foremost, funding to complete the other small percentage that has to be done is being put in place now. The Prime Minister, in a discussion we had, at estimate, said she would deal with this on a separate matter. And recently we were told to prepare that document so that we can source the funds to carry out this work. And certainly once that is completed, we should see progress on those houses that the Minister, that you would have asked about and the former Minister would have spoken on with respect to houses that are incomplete, especially those with the roofs not on and windows and doors not in. But once that is completed, we can assure you that we will accelerate the work and we'll get that done. Then the only other challenges that we will face is probably, as the Minister earlier said, trying to secure these contractors who were in place before. So then we'll have to try and recoup those guys to get them back on the job to complete those. But all that is being taken care of. We're looking at these individuals, and we're hoping to be able to recoup them once the funding is put in place.
Thank you, Mr. Minister, and your officer. Let me say it through you, Mr. Minister, the officer who spoke has indeed been a thorough strength in this program. And I see his age somewhat like me. He has gotten grayer and grayer, but I know he has done exceptional work in that program, the Hurricane Elsa program, and I want to use the opportunity to congratulate him for his dedication and commitment to the task. Not only while I was there, but I know he's still carrying on that duty. But like I said, you know, while the grass growing, the horse starving, and that was my issue, not to criticize, but to ask that we hastily focus on getting these 5% of the houses finished. My next question relates to, it is related, sir. I see you have the mic. It is related, so.
Other members, do not preempt the chair.
I see you grab the mic.
I am listening keenly.
I see you grab the mic, so I said my next question is related, and it is related to housing with respect to the National Housing Corporation and the whole strategy surrounding. This morning I heard, because while coming to the chamber, I listened attentively with respect to, and this shift, Mr. Minister, is something that started on this, the member for Christchurch West, and I carried it on to shift the focus from NHC, from building to maintenance. And indeed, the shift is still going on. I want to know where we are in terms of the transition and what is the time frame, because we might come again next year. You may come again next year and say what I said last year, the estimates that we are shifting, and we keep shifting. So I need to know where we are with respect to the shift from building to maintenance with NHC.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The NHC is now mandated to enter into joint ventures, so to seek out contractors, developers that they can partner with. The Ministry of Housing will look for the land. DPS is engaged in that exercise with the legal department, with the chief legal officer in the Ministry of Housing, to be able to make the land available to the NHC to enter into joint ventures, and that is in play as a mandate. I will let the general manager speak on the maintenance component.
Well, in respect of the maintenance, and I believe you, MP, would be looking at the fact that there were supposed to be some changes as we move from building towards maintenance in respect of property management, etc. That facet continues. It is, I think the permanent secretary will eventually have to make a decision what we will do. What we've done at National Housing is that we've provided information in respect of the reorganization of the National Housing Corporation, because we've been instructed on more than one occasion, only recently in the estimates conversation, that National Housing Corporation is to do maintenance, and maintenance not only of the estates, but maintenance of government buildings, etc., those which are 4 stories and less. So it is still on tour. As to the timeline, I would have to leave that with the Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance and the PS to determine, because I believe that's a conversation between him and the other government officials.
I didn't get an answer to the question. I hear we'll leave that to the other government officials. I didn't get an answer to the timeline to the question. It was passed on to the other government official. Through you, Mr. Minister.
Yes.
Thank you, Minister. And the process for the NHC and the ministry to get more involved in maintenance is an ongoing process. I would hope that we complete what the reorganization of the NHC during the coming financial year, and by the second quarter, that we would be able to say we've gotten maintenance equipment, we've set up the structures necessary to be able to do maintenance to estates, do maintenance to uncomplicated government buildings, etc., by the end of the second quarter.
Thank you, Mr. PS. My final question, and I have a final question, sir, Mr. Chair.
Honourable Member, if it is connected, you can ask. If it is not, we will move on.
It is
I will
connected.
hear you and
It is
make the
connected
ruling.
because
Honourable Member, just ask, I will make the ruling whether it is connected or not. I'm listening.
Sure, sir. We spent a lot of time this morning speaking on building these houses and maintaining these houses, divesting these houses. But there's an elephant in the room, and I know that department is a lovely department, well-staffed, sir. I know these staff members exceptionally well, good members, dedicated. But the whole matter of housing and transferring a title and putting people in houses, we can have all the grand plans like I had and the government with the policies, but if we don't get the conveyancing done, we are spinning top in mud. So where we are, Mr. Minister, the question in terms of reducing the time through which a conveyance can be done, and I go to 1, because I know Bullins was finished probably before September the 4th. That was my last day there. I think, Nikki. Sorry, P.S. Smith, but I'm not certain persons are in Bullins today. And I think there's no fault of the officers per se. The process is indeed a very long one to convey properties to someone. And I know we had several colloquium where we looked at the digitization of the process and reducing the time frame. So I just want to know where we are with that process. That's the bugbear for you, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Yes, I know that you were very aware because there would have been some other properties that also were sitting for a little while that I came up on my watch. But what we are doing to speed up the process is throughout the ministry, we're starting with the land registry and the e-conveyancing, and you're very correct that the Prime Minister chaired over a land colloquium, which would have been in your tenure, where we were given certain directives to ensure that we can first stabilize and digitize our systems and prepare for e-conveyancing. So in addition to that, between the land registry and the land adjudication unit, those measures would have been taken, and you'll be very familiar with those as well. So I have taken the baton from you, sir, and I will proceed with haste to the next colloquium, which is planned at the end of this month. Now, I would like to invite the CLO, and then after that, and the registrar of titles to give their input into how we can speed up this process as directed.
Thank you, Minister. In relation to the transfer of conveyances for NAC's purposes, which is separate and distinct from what came out of the colloquium with the proposed method of doing e-conveyancing, which ideally would be the best way or the most efficient way to get title to persons. But until that is fully implemented, what we are doing is, in terms of having the conveyances settled very early, even prior to receiving the necessary certificate of title, the certificate of compliance, we send the documents to the attorneys at law for perusal, both from the purchasers end as well as the mortgagee, so everything can be settled. And once we have that, then we try to set timelines to have matters done. It doesn't always work because we have challenges from time to time. The person comply with timelines. But suffice it to say, specifically in relation to Bullins, our external counsel is dealing with that matter, but we have there are 28 lots that are there. I think all 28 have been allocated, and they are at various stages of completion. There is a certificate of compliance for the land, and I think the planner has indicated, chief planning officer has indicated that he is working on getting these certificates for the houses. But that notwithstanding, agreements have been sent out, draft conveyances have been sent out, so matters are being worked on while that is being done from the planning end. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Kim Butcher, Registrar of Titles. In relation to the system at the registry. We have, in fact, as the minister said, started the stabilization efforts, and we are in the process of meeting with our consultant. We're going to start our stakeholder engagement soon over the next couple of months, over the next 4 months, as we search for a new system. In relation to the e-conveyancing efforts, coming on to the end of the process, there are 3 phases that we're looking to deal with, expediting the conveyances for the NHC units. As it relates to e-conveyancing, we are going to propose a way for a system to be built, hopefully to have some type of public-private partnership for transactions to take place on that platform. And essentially, we are going through the process. As I said, we're starting with stakeholder engagement, but that is as specifically as it deals with getting a system for land registry.
Thank you, team, and I wish you well with the e-conveyancing, because I know that is very critical to getting people in houses, and we truly living up to our moral responsibility of how we house people in this country. So thank you, through you, Mr. Minister, to you and the team, and keep pushing on. Brother.
Honourable Member for St. Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honourable Minister, thank you also for your enlightening opening on housing. Let me get straight to the heart of the matter. I am aware that land is being acquired at 40 acres, St. Thomas. I'm planning for the delivery of housing solutions have been promised, and there were 80 lots under that project. This project has had a long and varied past. Expectations have been excited indeed. My colleague next to me, in a different incarnation, may have been the minister when that land was acquired. And at the same time, anxieties have been heightened, particularly by the residents in the Allen View community. Now, St. Thomas is one of those parishes in Barbados that has not had a lot of housing development from the state. And for various reasons, it's mainly a rural agricultural parish. And finding land for housing may not necessarily be the most suitable parish because of that. Now, I want to ask, when can the project be started? Because there are a number of residents within the Allen View community who have been notified that they may or may not have to move because of their proximity to the dome of the Harrison Cave. And a lot of work has been done in relation to the geotechnical studies in the Allen View area and in the dome of the Harrison Cave. And those residents have for a long time not been allowed by the planning authorities to improve their homes, do further construction or development. Families with land have been prohibited or restricted from building on that land. And therefore, a lot of the housing stock in Allen View has not been improved because of those restrictions, notwithstanding the fact that people have access to land. And 40 acres has been developed as a site to relocate some of those residents. And also, indeed, to provide housing solutions for the public in general, but I would dare say the needs of the St. Thomas community in particular. So I am asking when can the project in 40 acres, what stage is it at, and when can it be started as a means to provide housing solutions to the people in the community? Thank you.
Honourable Member, your predecessor agitated on behalf of the residents of Allen View, and I'm glad to hear that you have taken the baton and you are equally as passionate agitating on their behalf. And you were very correct in the parish of St. Thomas, given that it has a lot of agricultural land, that the needs of the country obviously must be balanced between housing and food production. With that said, I would like to invite Mr. Raymond Lord to give you an update on 40 acres.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and parliamentarians again. 40 acres has been on the drawing board since I came to National Housing in about 2012. It was held back because of the same challenge of the dome that was especially for relocation. And then there were some other mitigating factors. It's actually developed in 3 phases. There's the first phase along the southern road that has a number of 500 lots that were available, and then there's the eastern road that has another set of lots that are available. We were instructed not to dispose of those lots until further directions were given. We have gone back 3 times and done an interior design for the remaining lots. That's about 45 lots, if I remember correctly, where we actually put in some quads and some townhouses and some single lots. When the project is going to start, that is, we will have to sit with our colleagues at Hope and see the framework for the finance. But we do have a design system in place, a planning concept for the infrastructure, road designs in place. So we have to look at the budgeting for it to see when it will start. But there are some lots that are immediately available for, if relocation becomes a push, that we will get the special release that is required to utilize those lots.
Chair, I'm not sure I got an answer to my question about when can it start. But I would take it that so I just want some indication as to when it could start. And Chair, I hope that is not my second question in relation to 40 acres. Because I don't think
Do you have a follow-up question?
Yes, I have a follow-up question.
Is that your follow-up question?
In relation to the 40, yes. But I'm not sure I got a specific answer. If you can't give a specific answer, that is fine, but I just want to be able to say something to the people.
Mr. Chair, if I just a follow-up quick, you would realize that I would have mentioned a number of development sites that are ranked where we are going next. Hope will have mentioned that they're moving to Branchbury. We are working at Concordia. We are scheduled to go to Decorus next, and we are scheduled to go finish up at Coconut Hall and one other site. What we can do is look at our financial arrangements and see if it is possible to expedite that site. But we have done a ranking in terms of where we think we are able to go because of the availability of funds to do the infrastructure. Because what we are doing within the Ministry of Housing now is practically flipping the infrastructure funds from site to site. We complete a site, we sell off, we now internalize the cost, and we send that funds to another site. Hope is also doing that. National Housing, when we do our housing, we have to do that with them. So while that site is there, as we will look through, we'll take guidance from our minister, and we will try to see how best we can fit it into the rollout. Remember that the housing program covers 5 years. So while many of persons will wish to be in the first 2, 3, there are some sites that are scheduled, if I remember correctly, to be probably towards the 4th year. Because it's 20,000 houses over 5 years. So I'm pretty sure you were somewhere originally in the 3rd year to the 4th year in our initial thought process.
that would mean that a project that started in 2012, by your estimation, you should get around to 40 acres in about 2031.
The project started in 2012, and again, there are many issues coming out there because the land was specifically settled for the persons on the dome. Now, when that matter is settled, we are now able to utilize it. We are now able to utilize it. When I came to understanding that was to be for that purpose, for the issue of Allen View, and then there were some funds to come that were to be brought to do the infrastructure. That's the best answer I can give you at this point on that matter. But we did do it in two phases where there was a strip along one road, a 500 lot, and there was another 500 lot strip that we were able to get out. The interior, which was to have the heavy injection of funds out of the relocation, became another matter. So there's some sites that we will develop that would have come out of relocation funds. I don't think we were able to strategize to do that one then.
My understanding is that it was always supposed to be some lots being made available and also some housing solutions, because I am aware that the landowner of the majority of the land in that area has already started the process of developing the land in 40 acres. So that the immediate solution, as I am understanding it, has two components: a housing development part, but there's also a portion that was designed to provide lots for persons to build on. So that I'm not understanding why the two are now being coupled or, together.
The 500 lots were made available, and then there was a further directive to hold on those. Because of various things, I can't go into that here. There was a directive, and I follow directives very carefully. I'm a public officer. So those were held. Then the interior of the development, which would allow us to do the larger project, the Allendale, that is linked to relocation funds, and that's a cross-ministry activity. And that, the other part of the ministries that support that has to be settled. That is now apparently settled. So what we can do, as I said, as we are doing estimates, we can put a projections of when we will bring all these lands to bear. Let me say that one of the projections in the housing, 10,000 house project, 20,000 actually, has, for one company, approximately about 600 acres to develop. That is a large financial investment, and we have to manage our outflows of cash in order to bring it to bear. As I said earlier, we are trying to meet every parish, every constituency where we can, but we have to manage the monies carefully. So we will look at the project with our minister and we see how we can assist as best we can.
Honourable Member, I can assure you that 40 acres will be used has been earmarked for a joint venture with NHC. And we're going to start with about 32 houses for next year. So you can have a good starting point there and something that you can tell to your constituents, sir.
Yes. Chair, I have a follow-up. As I indicated, there's an existing community in the 40 acres right now. And if you know the area well, you will realize that on that main artery going up Highway 2, it is a community that is kind of cut off from the rest of the parish. But in housing developments in rural areas, they add pressure to existing communities because normally there are no green spaces, there are no community facilities, there are no playing fields, there are no pastures or what's not for those communities. And right now, children play in the road, literally in the road. And it is safe because you come off Highway 2, go into the community, into 40 acres, you drive about 200-300 meters in. So it's safe right now for people, well, not there's not a high volume of traffic, but there is an absence of any community facilities, recreational facilities in that community. With the pending development to the northwestern part of the community, further up in 40 acres and going further north to the west in what we will call Ham Pond. As you know, the development in Countryside, Vaughtlow, Shop Hill, Grandview, that's all coming on. So if there is further housing, it's going to create added pressure for the people in the community. Now, the nearest facility is at Bridgefield, which is several miles away, or at Wexmore Hall. So how do you foresee this government adding all of these potential housing between now and the next 3-4 financial years to a community that is already also currently under pressure, having no community-based facilities, no recreational facilities? I'm wondering whether or not there's any plans to develop the further development intended by government and the National Housing Corporation and the other private developers, and the developers who own land, or the landowners who own land who have already had permissions to build more housing. So you can create about another 200 housing solutions, private and government, over the next 5 years, but without any adequate consideration for the development of recreational facilities. That's going to put a lot of pressure on the community. It's going to make the roads unsafe now for the children to play in. And it would create some social tensions because now people don't have a place to go and to let off. And it is not alone. There are other areas in the parish that have no facilities at all. And so I'm asking now, what considerations are being given to the development of recreational facilities in a community like 40 acres that is literally cut off from the rest of the parish, and whether there's any thought for planning obligations to be used by the government to be imposed on the developers, not only the ones that work with government, but also those who are able to exploit the lands and develop the lands and in the immediate area to create those recreational facilities, given the recent changes that were ushered in the legislation. Because those planning obligations could now create the recreational spaces, the green spaces, the social cohesive spaces within the parish that would not have to trouble you to go acquire more land or to ask the Minister of Finance to provide funding for the Honourable Member for St. John or to build out those community facilities. Because we can't just build houses and then have people living in a new housing development, and then the children, young people, there's no way to recreate, there's no way to line this, and so that is a big concern, because they're also going to have to deal with traffic and increased traffic in those spaces.
What is the question?
So the question is, what plans, whether there are any plans, Mr. Chairman. I started with the question first, and then give the explanation.
Honourable member, I listened very keenly to you. You were talking about 40 acres, and then you move into recreation. Now, I am trying to link the two.
No, Mr. Chairman,
and to get your question.
The question is, given there's planning development going on in 40 acres, both by government and the private sector, and there's the absence of any recreational facility in 40 acres right now, what plans do we have to build out green spaces and recreational spaces and community centers for the people in 40 acres, given that there's no close in proximity any current facilities there, and whether or not the use of planning permit and planning obligations might be a way in which we can achieve that if there's no current plans to build out those green spaces or recreational spaces.
And that is connected.
We're still in 40 acres, so I wouldn't say it is not disconnected, but we haven't moved to 40 acres.
But we move into recreation.
Yeah, but we're talking about planning and housing, and you can't build a house if the chair rules, like chair rules, but you can't build a housing development in a community without those spaces for people. And if you're increasing and doubling the amount of houses in the area, it's going to have an impact, a social impact. So I think I am on the ball, Chair.
Honourable Minister, answer.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And I can speak to the green spaces because any development that we go forward with, the planning and design will incorporate green spaces. I can tell you that. We're going to do that in Hinesbury. We're going to do that in 40 acres. We are going to do that in any development going forward. We will play our part with green spaces. I know that the Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central in his former capacity did an excellent job in greening the place. In regards to the community center, I will leave that to the best sports minister ever in the history of our country to deal with. But we can deal with the green spaces. I would like Raymond to chime in a little bit on this. He understands this very well, that any design going forward will incorporate this.
It's good afternoon again. We actually go a bit further in our master plan designs than green space. We actually have 3 subdivisions developed that actually have bike tracks slated to be in them. Bright Hall has one, Lower Burney has one, and we are working to develop one at Concordia on the eastern space. So we go a bit further out of the previous manifesto, which asks for hiking trails and walking tracks be part of subdivision with a healthy life. The Floralis Gardens Bullings development is supposed, if I can get my good PS friend to agree, to have what is called an adult play park, where you can have exercising going on. We hope you can get that in. The 40 acre spot area is slightly smaller, slightly more compact, and when the early designs has in a small green space, we might be able to translate that again to a physical activity space where people go and exercise. What we are trying to do with the green spaces is just not have a green space. Because in some cases, with the new Planning Act, you have to transfer it to a management entity or we retain it. We are thinking in our minds that it must become a bit more useful and maybe active. So we'll be researching and looking at the costs through our colleagues at the NCC and things like that, whether or not we can put in exercise equipment and that kinds of things where people can come out on afternoons and be active. So while you have the beautiful green space, where it's have to cut it alone, we think we can go a bit beyond that and make them into active spaces. Because every time you just leave the green space and be transferred by persons owning it, we find that sometimes comes the area who's cleaning it, who's joining the community to do it. The new Plan Act takes care of that a bit, and also the other environmental act. But every area that we do, depends on the size, if it's over 22 lots or 18 lots, depending on what land we have, we put in a small space where people can exercise. And hopefully we can partner, sir, with other ministries who have fundings available and willing to come on and partner with us and put in equipment and let the communities use it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lord. In your answer to me about the green space in 40 acres and the general policy, I was just wondering if you could ask about green spaces in other places, Mr. Chairman.
Not at this time, Honourable Member. You have one question and you do your follow-up. Not at this time. You can come back, Honourable Member.
I will craft a better segue the next time.
Honourable Member for Christchurch West Central.
Thank you, Chair. It's just one question. Minister, I know that your officers would have reiterated on more than one occasion this morning and throughout the importance of having resilient housing. I know your ministry has sought to be involved in their project. Because resilient housing for me, based on disaster-prone areas, is not only about flooding and slippage, as we heard earlier from other members. To me, it is also the resilience in terms of wind gusts. And you alluded to Hurricane 5 wind speeds. We must now be able to build houses based on design to be able to resist these vagaries. What is your ministry doing in terms of, I know that you have a project and you can elucidate on it, with truss anchors and rafter connectors where members of the public can assess these basic things to be able to help secure roofing when there is high wind. But I believe as your ministry is the fulcrum for housing development in this country, I think that you should be the leader as it relates to getting this information out to the public in terms of resilient housing. So it's not only for you to ensure that it's done within your housing stock, but also so that members of the public outside of your ministry can appreciate what needs to be done as it relates to resilient housing. So first you can extrapolate on your project, and then let us know the avenues that the general public can have in terms of the outreach so that they can be informed about from foundation levels in terms of how to mitigate flooding, storm water, surges, all those things. How does your ministry intend to have this information being dispensed to the public? Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And those are excellent points. Resilience in our housing stock is obviously mission one, along with affordability. And any housing development that we erect will be designed to Category 4 at least, whether it's the East-West program, the Juravilla program, any ventures that we enter into with Hope or the NHC, that is the minimum design that we will have for our housing. Now, you mentioned about education. I know that the Ministry of Home Affairs takes the lead on that, but what we can do in the ministry is that a lot of people don't know that the Barbados Building Code is the strictest building code in the region, and other countries have adopted elements of our building code as well. And this story obviously needs to be told, and I've had many conversations with the Honourable Prime Minister on this, that we need to somewhat enforce elements of it. It is actually so strict that there's developers that don't believe that they can build anything affordable under this building code, but we can certainly look at ways that we can pare it down, still to Cat 5 resilience, but such that we can educate the developers that we partner with, but then the wider Barbados, we can also seek a way to be able to disseminate these building codes so that we can ensure that obviously we will lead by example, but that other entities, private entities that are going to develop housing, that they are held to those standards of resilience as well.
And to follow up, there's a project, and I know that you are a modest minister, but you have a project in your ministry that allows the public to have access to rafter connectors, truss anchors. And that project has been ongoing for quite some time so that they can secure their homes and their roofs. I want you to just let the public know about the project and how they can access these things, because I know that you're doing tremendous work as it relates to that.
Yes, you're very correct, Honourable Member. We call it Strap It. and we had distributed a number of those devices that they can secure the roofs. That program was, I think, done through the housing planning unit, I believe. PS, I'm going to hand it over to you.
This rapid project is funded with monies that are held by the Ministry of Housing, but the Ministry of Home Affairs through its DEM requests the equipment whenever they're required, since they do all of the outreach to get persons to put the straps onto their houses. The other project that the Honourable Member was mentioning had to do with something that we had looked at previously when we were going to design joints, different types of joints for roofs that would allow them to be more resilient, agree the angles. That was done between the Ministry of Transport and Works and the building unit. When the building unit was there, the parts are still held by the Building Standards Authority, unit, so that if someone wants to make sure that the roof is going to be structurally sound, the Building Standards will assist them in getting the right connections so that it will be able to withstand a hurricane.
All right. Just to be absolutely sure, and because the public is in earshot of this discussion, you are saying that the truss anchors and rafter connectors, and those that project in particular, is done through the outreach of the Ministry of Home Affairs, through the District Emergency Management Department. That's what you are saying. And then it comes to your ministry.
Well, strap it is done through the Ministry of Home Affairs, but that is when you're just putting on hurricane straps on the roof. We provide the funds, the Ministry of Home Affairs implements.
Okay.
Right.
All right, thanks.
Honourable Member for St. George North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the onset, I should like to say that my question relates generally to the length of time and the perceived urgency that matters before the national housing will take. I do recall, Mr. Chair, being in this honorable chamber on the last occasion that we were able to entertain members of the Ministry of Housing and Well, and raising some very important questions around the time frame that there was for the transfer of title to residents of the glebe, the transfer of title of residents in parish land, the transfer of title to those in the housing units in Flat Rock. And in terms of urgency, I won't have to touch on the whole issue of ELSA because I believe that my colleague in St. George South spoke about it, although I thought that I was the only body in St. George South left with ELSA houses owed for completion, rather by repair or rebuild. But I wish that the minister, through you, Chair, to the minister, wish for the minister to be able to respond specifically to the time frame, and I do not want a response that is in the present continuous that we are working or we are hoping or we are in the process of. I would wish for the ministry to respond specifically to the time frame that there is to complete the transfer of title to those residents in glebe land, many of whom have completed, paid in, can show receipts, but still can't get connections to utilities and so on because the transfer of title is not complete, to those in the parish lands that are awaiting relocation, and of course, to those who are in the housing units in Flat Rock, who have heard other areas identified for transfer of title to be complete, but who have not heard the Flat Rock units mentioned. So specifically those.
Thank you for your question, Honourable Member. I would like to invite Ms. Nicole Johnson to address the glebe and parish land issues. And then with the Flat Rock units, I would invite the CLO of NHC to address that issue.
Good afternoon. With respect to the glebe St. George, I will like to pass that question on to the Law Officer, National Housing Corporation, because they work on the conveyancing, being the diocesan trustees, and for those tenants who would have been in the NHC as the attorney at law, so she'll be able to explain to you what are the challenges that they were facing. In terms of parish lands, St. George, the lands were acquired and the process has to continue. I would then ask the PS thereafter to expand further on what needs to actually do actual transfer to the tenants.
Okay. In relation to the glebe, I had earlier mentioned about timelines and persons not keeping timelines. This is a clear example in this instance. NHC is not the vendor. We are the attorneys at law for the purchasers. So we rely on the attorneys for the vendor to give us the necessary documents in order to proceed and advance the matter. Unfortunately, in this instance, we have 61 matters, and we are still awaiting 54. There are draft conveyances we are awaiting. There are 3 instances where some of the qualified tenants have died, and so they will need to get the necessary letters of administration or letters testamentary to be issued so we can convey to the estate once they would have submitted the necessary Form 1 notices. So this is one where we continue to follow up, but it is indeed a lot of delay in getting these matters completed. In relation to the issue of Flat Rock, further to discussions with the ministry, NHC had made certain recommendations to have additional estates added to the list of designated estates currently where we transfer titles. So that is in progress. And management and by extension, the board will deal with that and follow up with the ministry in relation to those additional estates.
Yeah, parish lands St. George, those lands have now been acquired. And we are, though you don't want to hear, we are in the process of having the individual lots confirmed because they were surveyed several years ago. People have changed their boundaries, houses have come in. So we have to confirm that the plans that we did in 2002 are still valid, or we will have to do some amendments to the plans, at which point we can send out offer letters to the persons. They're going to be able to purchase at, and I hope someone tells me that it is $250 per square foot, because it is not a plantation tenantry, so it's basically a large private tenantry, so they're going to purchase at $2.50 per square foot in those offer letters. And we should hopefully be able to complete before the end of 2026-27, before the end.
Mr. Chairman, through you to the minister and his team, I'm sure that one will reasonably appreciate why the responses, in my opinion, don't seem to answer the question.
And if it is that the Ministry of Housing is unable to answer the question, I believe that then that should be communicated. When we received responses to the same question relating to parish land last year, I was told that it was to be completed by the end of that financial year. And now we're being thrown into the end of 2026, 2027. And what the answers did well on is to give content about the cost of the land and the process. But, Mr. Chair, like you and others in this honorable chamber, I have to face people. And recently, in a season where some refer to it as the silly season, and the pressure mounts when you have to face people and give them the same story over and over as it relates to the transfer of title and the fact that National Housing is not the vendor. I will have to rely on the expertise of others in this honorable chamber because I hold my lane. But in these matters, would it be customary or appropriate for the National Housing, the Ministry of Housing, to simply say we're waiting? Or is there a process where the legal work can be done for both sides by the National Housing or so? So I would wish to have clarity around whether this is the best that can be done as it relates to the transfer title at the glebe. And I must register that I am highly dissatisfied with the response as it relates to timeline for the parish land, and I do not believe that I heard the time frame for the units at Flat Rock. I heard a response, but I did not hear the question being responded to as it relates to time frame.
Honorable member, your concerns is noted, and I would invite you to speak to the minister on a one-on-one basis who should direct you. I don't think we can.
Respectfully, Mr. Chair, the response is not for me. The response is for the people who are concerned. And while I can do that, I do not believe that it is fair for that pressure to be put on this honorable member, where we have an entire team in the chamber that should be able to say, and as I noted before, if there is no better answer that can be given, say that there's no better answer that can be given so that the expectation is not there and the pressure is not on this honorable member to deliver something that she's unable to.
While I understand you clearly, honorable member, I can also advise you that you can set a meeting in the constituency with the same personnel to be able to deal with these questions frontally.
It was done already, sir.
Honorable member, I would like to invite the GM to give your response on Flat Rock.
In respect of Flat Rock, and so that the question is not asked again, in respect of Deanstown and St. James and Bushall and St. Michael, there is need for amendment to be done to the Act. A draft board paper, which I'm reading now, has been prepared for the next board meeting of the National Housing Corporation. This has come out of the fact that I've listened to the MPs, St. Andrew, St. George, and I think it is St. Michael's Central. I think it's Central. It could be Central. But I've listened to the advice of others, the fact that these are not included in Schedule 1 of the Act. None of the three are. In order to get this done, there must be an amendment to the Act, and a new schedule, a Part 2 schedule, has to be included now for the three of these to be accepted. Once that is done, I know that Bushall has been surveyed, but none of the other two has been surveyed as yet. So we will have to survey Flat Rock and Deanstown to bring them into the body. But once that is completed, the whole story of just the fact that you're one-time homeowner, or first-time homeowner and so on will count. And once those persons fit the bill, they too will be added to the transfer program. This is going to the board within the month of March. First board meeting is in March. And after that, it should go to the ministry for a cabinet paper to be done to come to cabinet. So I could say within the next quarter, we should be having some positive outlook on Flat Rock.
Thank you. I will not press further except to say that last time around, which is now a year ago, we received information that Flat Rock was going to be put on the schedule, but at least now I have a timeline that it will go to the board in March. And next time, should I have to ask the question again, I won't only be able to say that it's being put on the schedule, I will be able to say, but you said that it was going to be put on the schedule within weeks by the end of March. Hope the people of St. George North are following.
Honourable Member for St. Michael East.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My thoughts shift a lot in this debate when I hear people talking about building codes, and I'm talking about low-income people build shallow houses, and talking about NHC units for people who live on the social rims of society, and understand clearly that housing is a human right. And therefore the state has to take some responsibility as well. The state is producing houses that if you had to apply a building code to those houses, the state will be found guilty. They're building houses without back doors. They're building houses that are leaking. People have to run out in the middle of the night. People don't have any say in if they want the type of house that they're forced to live in because they want somewhere to live. And I think that the philosophy that should guide you as the National Housing Corporation, more so in particular, is how do you treat to the needs of poor people? That is the basis of the foundation of the NHC, which was the Housing Authority originally, is to build houses for poor people. Poor people now forced to live in houses that got one door after all the experiences that we have had. I have units, and I'm speaking from a foundation exclusively of parochial matters within my constituency itself. I have housing in Barker's Road, which the people were forced to accept because they wanted a roof to live under. While living in the houses, brown water is coming off the top floor and running into the bottom floor, not once, not twice, far over far over what I would consider to be reasonable. I want to know what, and what is worrying me, these are not houses even constructed by us, models not even constructed by us, but we're forced to take them for whatever reason. I don't want to talk about just unfriendly relationships between sovereignties and things of that nature. I am talking about what people must endure if they want somewhere to live. I want to know what is the NHC doing about those houses. If the boys don't want to talk about it, I'm talking about it. What is the NHC doing about the houses in Barker's Road, 2nd Avenue, Haggett Hall, that there are multiple problems, both latent and patent defects in the construction of those houses, I can't talk about building codes because I sound like I'm talking about people who are alien forces. I'm talking about ordinary local people. They don't even know building code. You build the houses. You got to be able to tell these people why they have to accept houses like that. And I cannot hear about any urgency in relation to how you're going to rectify the problem. So that is a question. I don't know if you want me to put a question mark behind it too, sir, but that is a question that I would like to pose to the minister and the staff of the NAC.
Honourable member, thank you for that question, and we have spoken on this issue, both you and I and you and your personal assistant, and I'm very aware of the issues that persist in Barker's Road. And my concern, obviously, is with structural integrity. So we have hired an engineering firm to assess that. In terms of the build quality, the NAC will address those issues. I know that they're affecting to you, and we're doing everything that we can to make sure that we can fix these issues for you. I would like to invite the GM to speak more specifically on the remedies.
Thank you, Minister. In respect of the houses at Barker's Road, they would have been handed over to the National Housing Corporation just around 2 to 3 years ago. And there have been constant problems. And the thought of how we are to deal with this, the engineering firm has come in because we've seen some strengths, we've seen some weaknesses, and we know that there are some issues that we will face. We've asked an engineering firm to look at from the ground sill right up to see what the issues are and what do they think is the fix to those issues. We're hoping to have an answer back from them soon, but there are quite a few across the country, and as they travel, they will come up with what they think would be the fix for these Chinese houses, because I believe you're speaking about the Chinese houses. So we are hoping that we'll have a fix for them soon. We've noticed the challenges with them. We've seen the challenges with them. So we are hoping soon that we can look to solve it would cost a few dollars more, but we will have to make it right so that the tenants can bring some comfort to their lives.
As I said, this is a right to housing, and I would expect when they say the right to housing, they're talking about houses or so-called houses which were constructed for a specific purpose. And if the purpose, nobody cannot witness the conditions that constitute what is the purpose, I believe you know that you have a problem. And I'm telling you that the ordinary people in the street understand that there's a problem. And if they tell you what the problem is, I don't even know why you have to wait on an expert to come in to tell you this is the problem. The problem is clear. No doors at the back. If anything, I'll tell you the story. A narrative probably will make you understand better. There's a lady of a certain size who got up one morning and tried to get out of the house to meet 8 o'clock. And the lock would not open. It is only an example, but it is happening to more than one person. And she had to stay inside the house until after 10 o'clock, when NHC sent somebody to the house to open it. The problem is sometimes is that too many people want to defend an institution and don't even understand that the institution is made up of the people who work within it, not the building itself. And when you're talking to people, people always trying to defend this abstraction called institution. The institution is the people that work within the building. And you need to respond swiftly And I don't even want to discuss this thing about this open-ending approach to we will do it soon or we will do it a little later down and these strange abstractions. Anyhow, I also want to tell you that if I have any say, I would not like to see one more model of that type built in St. Michael's East. And I am echoing the feelings of the people right across my constituency. You have a parcel of land adjacent to that, and I've received a promise now for 2 elections that you will be building on the other side. I don't know when is the date for the commencement on the construction on the other side, but please don't bring those things that you have there, that you're given the honor of calling them houses for low-income people. Don't bring them, please. That was just the follow-up questions. There is...
Honourable member, you use your follow-up time. You have limited time.
Okay, well, allow me to use the limited time that is available now.
The time has expired.
There's okay, this is a short question.
Please.
There's 23, 24 houses in a place that the community call Hollywood. It's in Barker's Road as well. These units were built on private land by private landlord years ago. We've sent in 1 million applications under the Tenancy Freehold Persons Act. And we've had meetings all in the middle of the street, to the west sometimes, and to the east, and in the middle of the street for the satisfaction of the people there. Everybody had great expectations that the ownership would have been transferred. The effort is made under the Tenancy Freehold Persons Act. But I don't know what is happening, but there's some invisible obstacle that stands in the way of the transfer, the ownership of the land. Could you do your best to try to see if you can expedite the transfer? I don't even want to know if it's a ghost. I just want the transfer done. The people are vexed, angry with me because they don't see you. So I would like you to do your best for me to ease the burden of the member of St. Michael's East. You stopped me from giving a man a sow.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I give the assurance to you that we will investigate this situation. Let me see if I can invite Ms. Nicole Johnson to speak on it, if she has any information for you,
I
Honourable
just
Member.
want to say, I was in land. I have made sure I did the required research about him even before he was born.
All right, we'll get back to you, Honourable Member, on that.
Honourable member for St. Michael Southeast.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honourable Minister and your team, good afternoon to each of you. I know that I think this is your first time in the well of Parliament, I believe, and I hope that our colleagues have been kind to you. But I think you would appreciate that housing is one of those issues that becomes very emotive for a lot of people. You know, I have a saying that the people who draw a salary every month do not sometimes appreciate when people don't get paid, because a lot of times it's not hitting them directly. Equally, sometimes when you have climbed the ladder and you have a roof over your head, you may not appreciate fully or not have the tools to be able to certainly address the issues of housing that are facing certainly us as MPs within the country. I prefer this afternoon to not take the approach of simply being parochial, to ask questions mainly about my constituency. but rather to reflect on the estimates, which is why we are really here, and to really question, based on everything you've said, Minister, and your team so far in this debate, whether in response to questions asked or whether in response to, in your overview of where the ministry seeks to go. But really, I would want to question whether these estimates truly reflect that the ministry has the necessary resources to be able to carry out the magnitude of the works that are required. And I start there because we can all 30 of us in this place can certainly ask from, St. Lucie to St. Philip questions regarding individual housing estates. We can ask you questions regarding the transfer of title. We can dig deep, and perhaps at times we may sound a little critical of perhaps works not moving fast enough. But I think that these estimates also speak to a bigger issue of whether, with the level of development that we've seen across the country, the constant piling up of additional work on the National Housing and the wider Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance, whether these estimates truly reflect a ministry that has the adequate resources to be able to carry out the works that a 2026 Barbados is now requiring. We are mindful that, I have one of the largest housing estates. I say every time I speak in these debates and in every opportunity I have. So I am fully aware of the issues that plague the National Housing Corporation. All of you who sit in here in the ministry are well aware of my voice calling you. But I am concerned that if we relate to the housing estate situation, that perhaps there was a time when the works were being done internally, and then you started to look externally for contractors to be able to do those works. Do these estimates reflect that you, in those situations, have the adequate resources to oversee those independent contractors? Do these estimates also reflect that you have sufficient legal resources, either in-house or externally, to be able to provide you with the resources to respond to the conveyancing issues? I think it was the legal officer who spoke to a situation where, in some cases, there are issues regarding title. We know what the issues are, but perhaps what a legal department, whether in-house or externally, needs to now look at is, if it doesn't have enough resources in-house, are there other avenues for being able to solve some of the problems of ownership of houses? Because we've all for decades heard the concerns that, people cannot get titles sorted out. So does that mean that we deprive them of the opportunity to have adequate housing, or to have houses rebuilt, repurposed, and being able to maybe have a fund where those monies are held while they get their act together? Does it mean that we don't look at perhaps having a situation where there is funding perhaps to allow title to be sorted out, so that you at the NHC certainly are in a position to be able to better get those houses back on the market? I think we can go around in circles in terms of what all the issues are, but do these estimates truly reflect for you in the Ministry of Housing the adequacy of human resources, of project managers, of surveying teams, in terms of all of the things that are necessary, the engineers to be able to do these surveys, the land surveyors to be able to look at these sites? Do you really adequately have the resources? And perhaps when you finish answering that question, I may not have to ask anymore.
Thank you, Honourable Member. It is a very, very good question. And the first day that I stepped foot into the ministry, I think the PS did tell me that the National Housing Corporation and the ministry has, like the rest of Barbados, an aging population. And there are a lot of individuals, key individuals, who will be going on retirement this year. In fact, I think the Honourable gentleman to my left is also scheduled to go on retirement at the end. I'm hoping that we can bring him back. But yes, we do have a significant issue in terms of getting the required staffing levels. A lot of it is because we have a lot of retirements. It may be a good and bad problem for me in that I could get people some work, but at the same time, we are at risk at losing the institutional knowledge that is required for the complexities of this ministry. So you're very correct. And you know, in addition to that, yes, we need more surveyors, but that is mostly a money issue. I think one of the reasons why the Honorable Prime Minister directed us at the NHC to enter into more joint ventures is because of this issue where we have been inadequate in the past at delivering at pace. It's not that we can't deliver, but as you just so rightly said, there are a lot of issues in the estates. And we have been, as such, outsourcing a lot more in terms of the engineering that's required to do those transfers that you spoke about. In addition to that, we also outsource the legal services in order to do the conveyancing. So in some respects, it is a money issue, and in some respects, yes, it is a human resources issue, which we have to face. We have to face it head on. We have to bulk up to be able to be up to the task, to meet the challenges and the needs of the Barbadian public in order to even have a chance at trying to ease that backlog of 4,000 plus people. We really need to step up to the plate. So it is my cross to bear. And we've had many conversations, an honorable member, about this same issue. And obviously, in your constituency, given that it's the largest housing estate in Barbados, I do understand that these issues do impact you greatly, and other honorable members as well. So human resources, even the productivity within our workforce are issues that we have to address as well. Workplace wellness is also something that under my leadership, we're trying to, implement, because we know that when people are healthy and working healthy working conditions, they can be more productive. So we can increase productivity in our workforce so that we can get the most out of what we have while we address the other issues. In the meanwhile, we can do some outsourcing. We have some pretty lofty targets to make. I'm fully aware of this, but I can assure you that we'll give it our best shot, and we will look to see where, in those instances, we need to beef up. In those places where it will really matter, like the surveying, like the engineering, and these sorts of things. We also face the challenge of a lack of skills out there. And as such, obviously, we will have to look in other places as well, too. So we have to look to our partners in Africa and in the CARICOM, so that where we have deficits in skills in certain areas, that we can beef up those shortages as well. So that in a nutshell is it. P.S. You have any further comments you'd like to add?
Thank you, Minister. These estimates basically represent what we have gotten in years gone by, and what we hope to add to that, even though it is not sufficient. For example, we've added new buildings to our insurance schedule. We've put on the new geriatric hospital, the new agricultural college that is in St. Lucie. All those have gone on. Therefore, our insurance is going up. We've lost officers, and the truth is we've lost officers not because they were tired of us, but they've gone to other ministries, and we haven't had replacements for the most part. So we get funds, we lose staff, there's rotation, maybe there's not enough training being done, that we getting enough people to keep the organization going. The one standout for us right now is that Lands and Surveyors has been very good in what it does, and has been helping other ministries do their work, and they help us at the ministry to look good as well. And we can see their information, we can see land registry information. It is all there as we digitize, but we have to get to the point where we are fully digitized. We don't need as many humans, but we have all the resources that we need. Land registry is working on what the Prime Minister requests, that we speed up conveyancing, but there's a process to be gone through. They have to stabilize the existing system, and then the recommendation requires a lot of staff to bring all of that information into an electronic manner that we will then be able to work quickly and transfer lands quickly. So we ask for funds, we get what is available because the pie is only so big, and we therefore will do our best to produce for the people of Barbados with what we get, but we keep asking for more hands so that we get the work done.
Thank you, PSM Minister. I think your latter comment sums it up. We all know we get what we didn't ask for, and we are all asked to do with it the things that we can. And sometimes we therefore do not meet the targets for which we have been sent here to do. So I think all of us appreciate that those are some of the challenges of running a government. That said, though, when I think of, for instance, the Lower Burney project has been mentioned quite a bit by the officers, yourself, Minister. I believe when we were coming to office in 2018, this was a major project that was announced by the government at the time. And it came out of a solution to being able to solve densely populated communities, to be able to ease the pressure in communities where you have had a lot of criminal activity because the households are very dense and because there's not a lot of space within the community for even building out further. And that project came about as a result of a land swap. We were able to acquire the funding. Now, again, I say 2018, we are now in 2026. So the previous minister would have done some work to be able to advance the transfer, to be able to ensure that we were able to have the first phase, I believe, of the designs. I am aware as well that the social survey, while not a complete survey of the Golden Rock and the surrounding areas, was actually started. And I believe there's some more work still to be completed in some other areas to make sure that you understand fully who you are easing the density in the constituency for. And this is I'm speaking of the 20 of the 40 acres that was supposed to be built out for low-income housing. The difficulty comes that 7 years later, we are still waiting. We've heard the announcement, the first phase of designs are completed. But the residents of the constituency, and certainly those who stand to benefit from the other 20 acres, are still awaiting the clear plan as to when they can be occupants of their own home. And I say this against a background that you need to perhaps point within these estimates to where are the funds specifically to projects like Lower Burney's and others, where it is clear to the public that not only do you have these projects that are going to benefit a wider population, but that there are some timelines that need to be met. Because all of us as representatives are challenged to be able to say exactly when these projects are going to happen. We kind of hear it the same way that it is announced by the public. And I think that what all MPs are asking for in their questions is a clarity as to which projects are priority, which projects are going to carry certain resources to be able to bring them to completion. And I think for the ministry, it is important that while you don't have all the resources that you want, that clarity is brought to bear, certainly in these estimates, so that we all know what to expect in this next financial year. When I look at your major works and renovations sub-program 518, for instance. I see here maintenance of property, for instance, $4 million approved estimates, 1.5 in the revised estimates. But then for this year, you have a total budget allocated of 6.7 million. Now it says to me that while you are projecting a 6.7, again, the only way that you're going to be able to accomplish this 6.7 is if you have the project managers, if you have the human resources, whether in-house or out-house, to deliver on this 6.7 in terms of the works that you have to do. And if you look at every budget within these sub-programs, within these heads, the question still has to be asked, how do you deliver on your well program? How do you deliver on your sewage program? How do you deliver on your electrical upgrade program if it's the same people within the corporation and the wider ministry doing the same work? So I think you owe it to us to be able to drill down on the Lower Bernice project specifically, but also on all of the projects, a clearer understanding as to what resources are being allocated to each of these projects so that we have some timelines that we can both hold you to, but also that the public is clear what are their expectations. How much longer will they have to live in the deplorable conditions that they are now living in before they can see light at the end of the tunnel?
Thank you, Honourable Member. And I can assure you that Lower Bernie is of tantamount priority for the ministry. We've spoken on this many times. We have the designs, and I am hoping that we can actually break ground this year on Lower Bernie. It has to happen. In terms of the monies towards the sewerage program, the electrical program, and these things, we know that there are certain estates that are worse than others, so we can prioritize there as well. I know that we do have in these estimates the purchase of a brand new sewage truck, which will aid us in actually servicing these sewage systems in the estates a lot more efficiently. I want to let the GM, though, comment on the electrical upgrade program and the resources necessary as stated in these estimates. GM?
The electrical upgrade program, as you are aware, would have been started. Simple reason that the older estates, those units that are more than 30 years old would have been under the phase one electrical system, and they had to be upgraded to a single phase 3-wire system. That has been done, and I'll get you some information now in respect of your area. We've had some allocations on that project, and be completed. The areas that are completed are Haynesville, Torps Gardens, Bargatel, St. Stephen's, Lamins, Manors, and Rosemont. And in respect of the Pine at Wildy, there are 70 units in progress at this present time, and there are 64 which have been completed but are waiting for Barbados Light and Power Company Limited for transition. I would have had this discussion previously where I believe that there are some extensions on, but as I said earlier this morning, a decision has been made by the board in respect of the extensions, so we will move towards doing those extensions, but firstly, we will have to get the paper ready for cabinet, so to get approval as to how we will do the funding. But for sure, we are the holdup of having persons waiting because other persons are have illegal extensions, that will not occur anymore. We have work ongoing at Wildy, at Eden Lodge, at Deacon's Farm, Silver Hill, and in the Pinelands cluster. Is an issue with some of the work to be done in Pinelands, in the fact that some of the contractors are unable to get into certain areas to work, but outside of that, the project is progressing smoothly at this time. There are 2,315 units have been completed to date. 170 are presently in progress, and I would have stated 64 are at Wildy, and 2,021 units have been transitioned by Barbados Light and Power, and 193 units remain to be transitioned by Barbados Light and Power at this time. As I said, the transitioning of these 193 mainly depend on the extensions to be done. In some cases, there may be 8 units and only 2 extensions, but we are going to move towards having them done so the other persons who have been loyal in their effort and have not done anything illegal, that they too will be able to have the use of the new phase of electricity, which is critical because of the new type of electrical equipment that there is at this present time.
And as it relates to the sewage as well?
In respect of the sewage, at this present time, National Housing Corporation, we are only doing emergencies. And so if there is sewage that is flowing anywhere or there's any difficulty in respect of persons who are suffering from some situation where sewage is in their backyard or running in somewhere, we are dealing with those. One of the problems with sewage, I think it was in Ainsville, is that there are some carbon fiber pipes all throughout the estates that would have been put in, some in the 60s and 70s, that are now breaking down. And that is causing a serious issue. Yes, it is causing a serious issue. So we are preparing a paper for the board to send up to the ministry in respect of the fact that we now have to purchase 6 and 8 inch pipes, because the carbon fiber pipes are not lasting anymore. And the thing about when they break down, there's the area where they've broken down, then the sewage then runs all over the area. And I know that some of the MPs in this area would have had experiences and would have called, and we've done our best to try to solve as many of them. We've done it, yes. So now is the time that we have to move away because as you always hear, sewage for national houses in perpetuity, because the sewage is communal. So you will have 4 units, but only one well, or one area that is for the wells. So therefore, that's 4 units going to that one well. When one problem occurs at one house, it usually backs up into the other houses. So we are working towards that. Another problem that we have with sewage is that there are illegal extensions. We are speaking about the extensions now. Some are illegal and are placed on the existing sewage pipes. In fact, I've been to 1 or 2 homes where the sewage line passes through the front house, and in some cases through the bedrooms. And I mean, it's almost impossible. We've had to find ways and means of trying our best to deal with those matters. And we have, in most cases, done it. We've had to even go through other persons' properties in order to solve the issue of person putting up extensions and covering the whole area with concrete, and we not being able to dig up that concrete in the front, some person's front house or kitchen. So we've had to find ways of getting around that. So we do have issues. Our intention is to continue the program in the next financial year. I think just $1.5 million provided for sewage. So basically, we will be continuing to look at those areas that are challenged, especially those areas that have the carbon fiber pipes, and those are the ones that will take priority in the next financial year.
Thank you, Director. I think you have reinforced the same point that I'm trying to make, that none of us would want to see sewage being only responded to in an emergency situation. And therefore, I believe that the housing estates require a different type of intervention, one that is a bit more clinical, one that requires a strategic approach where we take into account that while you are building out areas like a Lower Burney, and you have other projects under Hope and other areas available or becoming available, you need a strategy for dealing with the phasing out of the existing sewage pipes and the wells that are in those communities. And I feel like these estimates do not specifically reflect that urgency, because none of us like to wake up to calls that sewage is flowing through the streets of any community in this country, whether on the South Coast, where it was quickly corrected, or in communities where vulnerable people live. And I do believe that this has to stem from a philosophy of the ministry, where we take an approach that we need to stamp out these situations and be able to allow people to live in decent accommodation, both inside and outside in the units. My last question, though, relates to the Small Works program, or rather I term it the Small Works program, because while you are doing sewage and you're doing electrical upgrades. The reality is that many of these houses really are sometimes not fit for purpose. You have spalding, you have windows that are not properly sealed, you have doors that were built in the 1960s that have not been replaced. Many times when you seek the intervention of National Housing, the concerns that are raised relate to the fact that the money hasn't come up, you've done the procurement, but these are not weeks of waiting, these are months of waiting. And again, while we know we cannot do everything, I believe that we need to have a small works program where if you can find them within the NHC, you find them in terms of the workers, but perhaps you need to find small contractors that can actually carry out the works across the estates. What though is required and perhaps is not reflected in these estimates is the oversight that the ministry and certainly NHC needs to provide for small works contractors. There are several people who work within the NHC who have the skill set that you may actually find you get a better day's work out of them if they are working independently. And therefore, I think that going forward, the estimates or perhaps your strategy has to be one which takes a different approach. We are now executing under RUDC what we consider small works projects in various communities. Perhaps that model of finding small contractors to do small things needs to be deployed by the ministry and in turn the National Housing Corporation so that we are not finding a situation where not only are you waiting on electrical upgrades to be done and you're waiting on the well that is leaking and emanating sewage to be addressed, but basic things that would make you comfortable in the house, that would stop water from coming in, that would allow the little old lady to be able to have a proper facility to step out of her house, that she's not stepping on a pavement that has not seen any paving from the time the house was constructed, or that we have not put railings to be able to stop people from falling, that these basic small things that will, in a sense, seek to address the day-to-day concerns that people have are properly being addressed. So my simple question to you, Minister, is do these estimates within the budget of NHC reflect an intention and an understanding of the philosophy that we do need to provide decent works while we do big works in your ministry to be able to make sure that those small things are being done whether in-house or externally? And do you have the adequate capacity to be able to oversee either of those initiatives?
Thank you, Honourable Member, and I think the key word that you use is oversee. So the NHC has to invest in project management, and given the shift to maintenance, we invest in the project managers, and as you just quite rightly said, they will oversee the contractors for those small works programs, all those vexing issues that you just outlined. So that is the methodology that we and me and the GM have had numerous conversations that we need more project managers within the NHC to be able to oversee all of these small things that are vexing to people in the estates. And obviously then, as an MP of one of the largest estates, then, you know, you have to then, as the Honourable Member for St. Michael East said, they're seeing him, they're seeing you. So you will feel the brunt of this. GM, would you like to comment further?
Yes, we don't have the professional talent we have very limited talent at National Housing in respect of persons needed to manage that process. I've discussed it with the minister, and I'm very aware that the PS is aware of such. So we are looking as to how we can solve that problem and to extend, as the MP for St. George said earlier, extend the whole magnitude of the maintenance. And so that will include the additional cost for emoluments, because we do need additional staffing to complete the job properly. In respect of the private contractors, one of the issues that the private contractors even know with Hurricane Elsa is that once they've finished work, some of them, because they're small, cannot wait for excessive time to collect funding to pay their staff and so on. That's one of the problems and issues that we felt in under the Hurricane Elsa program. So yes, we do need additional finance. And if we bring in small contractors, we will certainly need additional finance. The work can be done. I'm certain that the team is, there's a team that we can start the work and so on. As I say, we do need professional staff. I know that the PS has promised me an architect and an engineer, so I'm looking forward for those. But we do need persons with the capacity to carry out many other functions that the National Housing Corporation, and as our mandate increase, we will necessarily need that quality of person or persons.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I beg to move that you do not report progress to His Honor the Speaker and beg leave to sit again.
The question is that I do not report progress to His Honor the Speaker and beg for leave to sit again. All honorable members in favor, say aye. Honorable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Chairman has reported progress and requests leave to sit again. Honorable Leader, government business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the House until 5 o'clock.
The question is that this honorable chamber be suspended until 5 p.m. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands suspended until 5 p.m. This sitting is resumed. We continue with the debate on the Standing Finance Committee on the Appropriation Bill 2026.
This Honourable House is now in Standing Finance Committee. Honourable Member for St. Peter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This question is not parochial like my first questions were, because all the work in the estimates are as outlined in the estimates. All the work done in our constituencies find their source of funding in the estimates, and so are capable of being addressed. But this one relates to my function as a minister of government. My team does not want me to allow the Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance to leave the well without asking some questions that have been asked of the Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance for many times. Now, the reason why we need to bring it here is because it is important for the public to understand some of the challenges that affect, for example, the delivery of labor justice. The Employment Rights Tribunal is set up to be the main artery for the dispensing of that justice. The Employment Rights Tribunal, while a full-time tribunal, has no home. It operates out of the Ministry of Labor, Ministry responsible for labor, and still has some challenges with respect to organizing meetings. Now, I know that some work has been done. I'm of the view, though, that we need to press the gas on this matter. The tribunal needs a home. There's also been the challenge we've had with respect to our ability to both give advice and to do inspections. So I'm referring now to the Labor Department. We have gotten approval for additional labor officers. The challenge that we're going to have as we fill those positions is, again, space. I'd like to find out from the minister and his team I'm not going to ask for a specific date. I don't think I should put you in that position. But I want to know what is being done, and I'm asking this on behalf of my team in the ministry. What is being done to expedite the process so that the Employment Rights Tribunal, that tribunal that adjudicates for relatives of every officer in this place today, what is happening? How is that going to be expedited? The provision of space for the tribunal to be able to properly execute its mandate.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for your question. I want to invite the Chief Property Manager to address.
Good afternoon. Dexter Mondesir, Acting Chief Property Manager. The space earmarked for the Employment Right Tribunal is currently occupied by the Customs and Excise Department. They will be moving out of that space this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. On Monday, the officers from the Property Management Unit will inspect the space. Drawings for the refurbishment of the space have been completed. The scope of works will be amended once we visit the space on Monday. I will allow Mr. Hines, the senior property manager, to speak on the refurbishment process.
Good evening, Brian Hines, Senior Property Manager acting at the Ministry of Housing. The procurement process for the contractor to do the outfitting work has started. We have requested those quotations. As soon as that process is completed, we will execute the renovation works to the space to tailor it to suit the needs of the ART, as we've had numerous meetings with them to create the necessary hearing rooms that are necessary. When the works are completed, they should be able to to have 3 hearings being conducted simultaneously within the space, and the fit-out works we anticipate should take about 6 weeks to complete. So I anticipate very early in the first quarter of the financial year, we will have a functioning space for the ART.
Thank you very much. No, you have provided the a kind of a date frame, and I'm just alerting the minister that we will be holding you and the ministry to that timeline. I asked it publicly because there is a public interest, and so holding you to that, if it doesn't come through, will also necessitate me saying it to the public, because justice and the dispensing of justice is something that is fundamental, critical to a well-ordered society. Thank you very much.
Honourable member for St. James South.
Thank you very much, Chair. In St. James South, and indeed is a problem, I think, across our nation, what we have is an aged population. And the implications for housing and the preservation of people's assets come into question because of their age, the continuing rise in the cost of living, the static nature of their pensions, and so the maintenance of their homes is a major problem. I watch this across my constituency. More than approximately half of just a little over half, are around the age of 60 and above. It is aged. And the ability to continue to repair their homes, to deal with the roof, etc., is a major challenge. By not being able to respond to it, it means what you have are a set of deteriorating assets that will impoverish not just that individual and their heirs, but the country at large, because then what you would have are assets that will be deteriorating in their worth. It is a major issue. It will have economic complications and implications for the Barbadian economy going forward. I know that we may not have looked at what we need to do, but if any thought has been given to what we need to do, because I heard you speaking earlier about the derelict housing. I'm saying that there's an intervention that needs to come in before, so they don't go to derelict, because they're much more expensive to deal with when they become derelict. And so I want to know if any thought has been given to how we're going to assist that group, and if not, would you all be willing to sit and work on some type of initiative that could help us, because that is going to be a major issue across the nation as our population continues to age.
Thank you, Honourable Member, and it's a very good question. What I can speak to is in our future plans and designs, we do incorporate certain features that are friendly to the elderly and disabled in all our designs going forward. I would have heard the Honourable Member from St. Michael South mention this before when he presented his suite of bills geared towards the elderly. And the truth is that we all are going to be elderly one day. And we don't all start out vulnerable, but we do. And I know that in the NHC, we are very mindful of this. And there are instances where we may keep ground level units available for those who are in the vulnerable group. I know that I've spoken to the department within the ministry which deals with the HIV/AIDS program, and they also are mindful about expanding their outreach and their stock within the housing estates to cater to those vulnerable individuals as well. So more work needs to be done because, as I said this earlier, that we are encountering an aging population, not only just in St. James South, but all over Barbados. So equally as we increase our housing stock to be more affordable and resilient, we also have to be mindful of our aging population and make sure that there are certain features within our designs that we can have that will also cater to this group.
I appreciate the effort in terms of providing suitable housing for them. But what I was aiming at is the need for us to develop an initiative that prevents that house from falling into disrepair and being able to come up with a program, whether it is, we were talking at first about reverse mortgages, but I understand that there are difficulties with that there are challenges with creating a reverse mortgage program. I'm just asking if we can, as a country, look at the possibility of creating some kind of initiative that would be able to assist them in preserving because it is property that their heirs could use or another generation could use rather than let it deteriorate. And so if that is at all possible, I would be glad if you could do that.
Honourable Member, to add, we all were beneficiaries of the program through the RUDC, with each constituency was given $200,000 to be able to do what the Honourable Members for St. Michael Southeast would coin as the small works. And I know that we also will be looking forward to that program continuing in our communities and being expanded. I would love for the National Housing Corporation and the Ministry to get a piece of that action as well, where we could also contribute to this in areas that will be deficient. So I will advocate for that as well, because we need, obviously, to have more hands on deck where this issue is concerned.
An additional question in relation to the issues of the quality of housing for seniors. The climate change has resulted in increasing heat. And with a number of elderly people who may have to be in a home, may not be as mobile that they could go outside and become cool and so on and so forth. One of the things that I think we need to consider as a country, when we do new builds, to look at the types of materials we're using, because those concrete blocks get very, very hot and they give off a lot of heat at night. So what you're doing in relation to new materials, but also I had done some research because I was very concerned about my seniors, and they had said that painting roofs white helps to reduce the heat within a home. And I discovered that we had providers here who actually have a special compound. What I want to know is if there are any plans in the ministry to look at what we need to do to help create cooler building structures that would allow for our seniors to be more comfortable in this very, very hot climate.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And I want to quote something that the Honourable Prime Minister has said, that the vaulted ceilings that the old people used to build back in the day with the windows high up because hot air rises. So they were, that design actually not only was hurricane resilient, but it also had the effect of cooling the house. So our elderly, they were also smart as well in the way they constructed their buildings. So we owe it to them to be able to have designs that do incorporate, which we would call innovative, but they were doing these things for years. So I want to invite Mr. Raymond Lord to speak a bit more on the designs that we have been doing.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. As to design functions managing climate change, what we've done and looked at, for example, of our high-rise buildings, we've actually started to borrow some of the old designs from the traditional Barbadian architecture. We've actually started looking at ideas of incorporating for the window shadings. We actually looked at the roof for the pitches, and the idea of painting the roofs has always come up. We are looking at some materials, if we use concrete roofs, that actually seals and actually repels heat. So we started to consider these things. One of the things with resilience is always the strength of walls. And as a resilient material, concrete is probably the best way to go. It is better in a sense than concrete board. It's better in a sense than the other things. What we started to do is look at our windows, our sizes, our shapes of windows, our position of windows, where we can add high-level windows to vent, and the pitch of the roof within reason and cost to allow for air to circulate better. As climate change comes, we have to look at the orientation even of the subdivision. We tend to orient houses in Barbados, bedrooms on the east. You get up with the sun, and you go to sleep with the moon. So we've started looking at some of these orientation of some of the lots we're getting where the land is facing almost east itself. And we do the subdivisions where we can put in shade trees, shadings like that, and to reduce what is called the heat island effect. All of that has to go in a constraint, and I'm going to say this up front always and be direct, of cost. The more you future-proof, the more you change, the more you climate resilient, there's a cost attached. And when the cost gets beyond affordability, then we are in a particular area. What we are discussing doing now in the ministry and in my team and with Broad is to look at the resilient factors and then look at the finishes to the house. That we make the house, we do all the resilient things in general, and then reduce the finishes. So we're looking at a way that we bring back something which worked across all governments in Barbados, and we seem to have forgotten that it worked, the starter home. And we are looking at a starter home concept of probably about 3 different sizes, finish it your way, and we go from there. But that will have in the designs to be resilient, to be cool, to be very better windows, more windows, look at the pitch of the roof and shades, look at the color of the roof and things like that, where we use concrete, where we use steel frame, whatever. So we're working on that. Then our partner our colleagues Hope also have their design systems out of Guyana that they're looking at. You would recognize that when we bring houses from across the world with different design systems, they are designed for different reasons. And the reason someone designs a house in Guyana is not the same reason as close as we are designing a house in Barbados. You will find a house in Guyana will have very long roof eaves, a foot and above. In Barbados, we drifted from long roof eaves to protect against hurricane lift. But in Guyana, the roofs are longer because with the vertical fall of the rain system, the rains in Guyana the windows can be open a lot longer before we have to close them, before they have to close them. There are a lot of subtle differences that we have to factor in when we're dealing with climate change and we're dealing with roof housing designs. But for the higher density buildings, we've gone back to look at some of our traditional things that we know that worked. Our jealousy windows, our hooded windows. And hopefully, the cost, no one will, if we put them out to start the building, the manufacturers won't cry, oh, this is very expensive. But the old ways of doing things in Barbados and the old architectural designs help battle those climate issues and those weather issues. And we are going back to look at some of that technology and bring it back to the fore.
Well, thank you very much, and I hope to see some of those designs in the bills that you put out, and that you will develop some sort of initiative that could help our seniors with their current asset. What can we do? I really would appreciate if we could do that. Thank you.
Honourable members in Michael South Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In my final intervention in this head, even though it is something I am not wont to do, I do feel compelled to say to you, Minister, through the chair, that I think that you have performed creditably in this new seat. Those who know me well know that it is not something that I'm not want to heap praise on individuals, but I do have to commend you and your team. Commend you for the humility with which you've come to the task, the mastery of your brief that you seem to display in a short time, and the focus with which you have addressed these questions here today. In that regard, one of the things you made reference to in your opening had to do with land management. For a Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance, it is not something that we hear much about from a Ministry of Housing, Lands and Maintenance. We hear about maintenance and we hear about housing. The Ministry of Economic Affairs and Development in the Prime Minister's office has a mandate for two things that I wanted to mention. It has a mandate for economic empowerment and social development, alongside growth and productivity, but it is perhaps part of our mandate that people may not immediately be aware of. And on the other end, has a responsibility for planning. In your estimates, there's a sub-program that relates to the Housing Planning Unit and its own mandate for housing redevelopment, and also the Land Registry sub-program 536. Across those two, and within the mandate that you've laid out today, Minister, on land management, I tend to think that this is one of the economic inputs that we have. It is perhaps the key economic input that we have in a country like Barbados. To have a proactive policy of land management where we know exactly how we want to use land to enfranchise Barbadians, to do it in ways that we have seen in other economies where land becomes the pivot on which people are able to prosper. This requires a very proactive approach to land management as an economic tool. We also have a physical development plan that talks about the balance of land use. And I wanted to hear from you your thoughts in the ministry on how we approach land management as that economic tool. How we once and for all are able to wrestle to the ground, being able to use land, dispense land, allocate land in real ways for Barbadians with not much to be enfranchised and to have something. And I'm not just talking about giving somebody a piece of land with a house on it. I am talking about how we are able to divvy up the patrimony of the state for the benefit of Barbadians today and those to come. I wonder if you could say a bit about your plans or your thoughts on that.
Thank you, Honourable Member. and this is a very, very important question. Land management is not only just important for building a house, but it is important for agriculture, it's important for food security, and the livelihood of our people. And the way that the ministry is approaching land management, there's no doubt that it has to be more strategic when it approaches this issue. Now, there are a number of ways in which we look at how do we enfranchise, given the tools that we have via legislation, that the Tenancy Freehold Purchase Act. Then, as mentioned earlier, there are lots of vacant lots that just lay there. In some instances, we are also guilty of this, in that previously, years and years ago, we would have sold some lots. Sometimes some people would own 2, 3, and 4 lots, and they've gone somewhere in the world, and then they're just bush growing. And it's very frustrating, because these decisions that were made before, they haunt us now, and we need to find ways to be able to unlock these situations. Now, we passed the Health and Services Act, I believe, that deals with this in terms of people that leave idle lots. But it goes beyond that, as you just pointed out, that we need to be a lot more strategic in our approach as we begin to embark on a pretty ambitious program in building houses. But with that said, we also have to be mindful of the fact that we have acquired a lot of land previously via compulsory acquisitions. And the truth is that we have to be able to make sure that those individuals were also compensated fairly. So going forward, we know that there's lands that are held in state entities that we can unlock the potential of these lands to be able to enfranchise Barbadians. And as directed by the Prime Minister and the Cabinet of Barbados, in order to execute our strategy, we must be very strategic in the way we manage these resources, and we must have a 5-year plan on what is the land required to be able to execute X amount of houses a year, mindful that this is a very delicate resource that we have in this country. In addition to that, we have to look at the urban program as well. And I've had many conversations with yourself and the Honourable Member from St. Michael South about unlocking the potential of even just a little bit of land that we have. And the truth of the matter is that is where design now comes into play. The Honourable Member from the city is also very eager to be able to unlock some of the limited resources that would exist there, so that his constituents, especially the ones that were disenfranchised from natural disasters and fires. So ultimately in the ministry, we play a role, obviously, in our mandate, which is to build affordable housing with an industrial approach and all of these fancy things, but we also have to be mindful of the fact that these are limited resources. But it almost feels as though you hop from one foot to the next, holding your nose with one eye closed. Because, you know, we also have to be mindful that as we go into projects like Lower Burney and 40 acres and other developments, that we provide green spaces, because we know that when we look to offload some of the denser urban areas, that we have to make sure that those individuals also can have green spaces play a part, as the Honourable Member from St. Thomas said. And that is also something that we also have to insert into that calculation. But Honourable Member, you're very correct. We need to have a strategic plan in the way we manage these resources. And I can guarantee you that we'll be working as such. We've had conversations with the Prime Ministers in meetings previously. We have been tasked with drafting such a strategic land management plan.
Thanks, Minister. The only final comment I will make is to make reference to the forward planning function of the Planning and Development Department, and the fact that just as you've indicated that the land management function of your ministry perhaps has scope to strengthen its work, so too does the forward planning section of the Planning and Development Department with the appropriate resources. I think that this is a natural marriage, Minister. I think that we perhaps are too siloed between housing, our UDC planning, because a lot of what we see that now that we have to then come back and correct, if we had a proper forward planning function, we would not be doing that. We wake up in the morning and things take us by surprise. And this is perhaps an entreaty right here on the floor of Parliament for us to collaborate on that function. So I look forward to that.
Thank you, Honourable Member for St. John.
Thank you, Chair. My question is going to revolve around urban development. Now, that same project at Pool that I mentioned with the whole project, with the coverage that want cleaning, is one of those. It started as a urban development. I have 2 areas in the constituency with drawings that can be used for urban development. Now, look, there's one thing that I want to marry to the urban development that I think is critical for all MPs, including yourself. I'm hoping that if the urban developments in St. John come to fruition, that at least 2 lots out of the urban development will be preserved for emergency housing. Because it is okay, and I have not heard the ministry mention it thus far. Officer Lord mentioned there's some additional lands that are coming in St. John, additional housing projects. But all of us are impacted at some point or the other with fires, whatever. And I think it is absolutely critical now that emergency housing be put on the radar. And I am suggesting that if the urban developments that I am looking at for St. John is put in place, that at least 2 lots be allocated for emergency housing. And I'm not thinking that because there are 2 lots that there should be 2 houses on those lots, but that a drawing could be put in place that will allow maybe for 6 or so families to be able to access those facilities in case of an emergency. So that is my question to the minister and his team. What is the process, one, in relation to triggering a housing, a urban development? And the second part is, can that urban development, not only in St. John, but by extension, the country, if it is coming, 2 lots or so be put in place for emergency housing? I yield back.
Thank you, Honourable Member. And yes, urban development is quite useful because I would have mentioned this earlier in a previous interaction, that with that type of development, you already have the infrastructure in place. So it will be a lot easier to build houses in that scenario. So yes, that is on our radar, and we look forward to partnering with you there to be able to enfranchise the people of St. John. In terms of emergency housing, it is squarely on our radar. A lot of the urban MPs in here would obviously know the feeling of having to deal with house fires on frequency. It is not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. I had to deal with 2 house fires myself just on Monday. So also the Honourable Member from the city also would be aware of this. So we have to increase our emergency housing stock. I know that there were a number of ideas kicked around in the ministry on how we treat to this. And I think that we are about to engage in a pilot in using one of the derelict buildings that we have in the urban area. Obviously, again, it's already owned by the state, 1, check. 2, it is, we don't have to put in infrastructure. And 3, obviously it can factor into the rejuvenation of the urban area. So we have that plan for there. In terms of for you in St. John, we can look at that as well. We are also looking at container houses, and we're actively looking at designs where we can deploy emergency housing at a faster pace by using container houses. And we're looking at a few designs there. Some local companies have some very interesting designs that are low cost. We don't always have to go to China for everything. There are companies here that do the work, and we have been in talks with them as well. And that could be another possibility for deploying faster solutions. I know the Honourable Member for St. Michael Southeast has spoken to me about this as well, and it's an excellent idea. But we do look forward to working with all Honourable Members to enfranchise their constituents. Again, Honourable Member from St. John, I'm very pleased to be able to have this interaction with you and not another person. And we will be looking forward to these solutions in your constituency.
Sorry, Chair, in relation to the urban development, the process, and to add to that, I know the Minister would have mentioned the container solution, but I think that those container solutions should probably go in selective areas, because there's one in, if you're talking container, there's I think a Chinese house in College Savannah that in 6 months' time, it is rusting like crazy. But I still need to know the process of the urban development. What do I do with the sketches that I possess?
I would like to invite Mr. Raymond Lord, who can help in this matter.
Good afternoon once again. Minister, just in terms of geographics, I know Poole is at 4 roads. Is this the other area going to the other end of 4 roads? We had done.
Sorry, the two areas would be Sherburne.
Sherburne, yes.
Coming from the junction going
Yes,
into
I remember
the village.
Sherburne.
The second one is right at the corner of Cherry Grove.
Cherry Grove.
And a former minister of housing would have indicated that that was approved at some point in time. So I had the land surveyors section prepare sketches. There were 3 locations,
Yes.
Poole, Sherburne, and yeah.
The Sherburne one, I think, had a connection to possibly lands of Clico. I'll have to check that. And I remember we had done a 500 lot program section in Cherry Grove. I will have to follow back up and see if we were scheduled to do another length. I remember there was a section in Cherry Grove taken off as a ribbon for the 500 lot, and there was a possibility of a second section, but at the time the planning office had held that would be an encroachment into the larger agricultural area. So I don't think we got enough currency with it then. We can look back at it again and see whether that is feasible to do. And the PS and the minister and the PS guide us on the acquisitions thereof. But I know we had done 2 sections. The urban development, where possible, that leads to villages, connects back to villages, allows us to do something similar that we did on the 500 lot and reduce some of the costs. The only caveat to that, sometimes we find that if the water line is on the other side of the road, that adds an amazing cost to the project. That's always amazing to me. That brings the cost up. But if we can get in the rural areas, some of those areas that lead, especially into villages, we were looking at one, not necessarily ribbon, at 4 Hills St. Peter. That was to be done as well. It's not, but led to the Diamond, I think the village is called Diamond Village or something like that. At the top of 4 Hill, we had looked at a cluster there that for Internet Village that we had indicated. So we are looking at the urban developments because we try wherever possible to do land selections that does not challenge the status quo of the physical development plan in terms of its preservation of agricultural land. Notwithstanding, I think that is a bias, too heavy a bias there, but that's another story for another time.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. You have 5 minutes to wrap up. Honourable member, sorry, Honourable member for St. George North.
Chair, I'm not going to delay you unduly. There was a point, though, that I felt led to me, as particularly after hearing the intervention of the Honourable member for St. Peter and the Honourable member for St. Michael South Central. I do believe, through you, Chair, to the Minister, that there are some low-hanging fruit that I think the ministry can take advantage of, things that will be meaningful and will be a lot easier to implement, well, at least in my view. And I think specifically when it comes to community projects and schools, in terms of making land available and accessible to communities. Sometimes there are small pieces of land that can be easily transferred, like say to the Ministry of the Environment, to be used for clean and green or beautification projects. And certainly in St. George North, we've identified a couple of those. The General Manager will be aware as well. And then as it relates to schools, there's a long-standing issue that I think of when I think of the St. George Primary School, a school that excels in sports, does extremely well at knapsack, and that is notwithstanding that it does not have a pasture, for instance. And there is an area identified as national housing land right behind the school, where that school has been seeking for years to have the land properly turned over to the Ministry of Education so it can be fenced around and so that a sporting facility can be made available to the students. I don't think that the land will be useful to anybody else except the St. George Primary School anyhow. And that is one that we've been trying to track, and it's going from Ministry of Education says it's with housing, housing says it's with Ministry of Education, but the last correspondence I got was that it was with housing. So if you're familiar, but even, that's not for discussion here necessarily, but just to say that's one of the things that's so easy, to allow our children the opportunity to expand and extend themselves, and of course, allow me the opportunity to celebrate with those children who I believe will do even better if they have more facilities available to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member, and I do agree with you that land management and the identification of assets that can be used in partnerships with other ministries to be able to do lots of different things to enhance the life of our citizens and our children. I don't want to keep the host too long, but since you raised it, I would like to invite the senior surveyor to speak on a project that the Land Surveying Unit has been working on, which is the National Digital Parcel Fabric, which seeks to do that very thing, where we can quickly identify the lots and in terms of mine information, in terms of land tax, ownership, conveyances, all of these things will be embedded in this web-based software. So I would like to invite him to speak a little bit on it. Oh, sorry. It was Michelle. Let me invite Michelle, sorry, I got the name wrong.
Good afternoon, Michelle St. Clair, Land Surveyor. The National Parcel Fabric gives us the opportunity to identify the parcels with respect to the Barbados Revenue Authority. It gives us the information to be able to get the owners and to be able to identify in cases where they are, for example, as you mentioned in your example, schools, and they need to find areas near to them to be able to have facilities that they may want. So we've done a lot of work to be able to digitize, to be able to work with other departments and show where those areas are and be able to answer those questions that members of parliament may have with respect to their constituencies.
Thank you. In that particular case, it's actually a plan and everything that seemingly had been approved at some point. But I do take the point, and I would wish to commend the Ministry of Housing too, because where we identify lands, for instance, that we believe are NHC-owned lands that can be used for housing or any other area, I am so happy now that in just taking a reference, a location pin, and sending that in, that you can receive information in very short time. And in very short time, meaning sometimes less than an hour, indicating who the land belongs to, if whether or not that person, or how long the land was surveyed for a particular client and so on. And just on that too, since I mentioned it, I will just say that if land maybe had been approved for someone or surveyed for someone, which is a problem we encountered, but it has not been paid for, the person has not come forward and done anything, I also think it might be worth some consideration to see how you can turn that over to somebody else who can make good use of it, because the person, and a reasonable assumption can be made, and of course, once you reach out to them and so on, that they no longer need the land and so on. So this, by way of commending the national housing and also looking forward to see that project fully rolled out in the other areas. Thanks.
Honourable Member for St. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know they're always late, and I wouldn't want to detain the House too long. My question is this. It's parochial in nature, but I think it may apply to other areas, other housing estates. I would have started this morning by asking about government's plans for some of the much older housing estates. The number of estates that were built, perhaps, I believe, as far back as the 50s, and in some cases, those structures have been compromised. And I would want to know what are the plans for such housing estates, and if I can just use this opportunity to speak to the fact that within the Belplain housing area, for example, we've had a challenge not only with the houses, but also with the drainage. And where possible, I think it was mentioned earlier that we're looking some relatively new approaches, more innovative approaches to the sewer situation that is peculiar to the Scotland district. So if you can speak to some of the plans you have, especially for the older estates and the sewage systems that impact some of those older housing estates in Belplain housing area, particularly.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I would like to invite the General Manager of NHC to answer your question.
Thank you, Minister. I believe you're looking at Belplain, and we've determined, the discussion has gone on, we're well in advance of looking for a new system, something different to work at Belplain. As you know, it is on the other side of the road that the sewage flows. And it's a system, one of the oldest systems where you use a level of bigger rocks, smaller rocks. The water filters out, before it filters into the sea. The idea is that there's to be further new construction in that area at Belle Plaine in St. Andrew. And with that will come the fixing of a new storage system will be put in place. I think I should allow the Deputy General Manager to speak towards the development, the new development for Belle Plaine and also the new storage system. DGM.
Thank you, Jim. Mr. Chair. What we are working on at Belle Plaine is on two fronts. We have the existing Belle Plaine subdivision, which I think we probably still own about only the duplexes. The others, the single detached, I think are privately owned. I'll check with the CLO and verify that. We have to dispose of the duplexes. The old soakaway system is dated. We've gone back in and repaired it about twice. We are now looking at a project. EPD had reached out to us with a project of doing a feasibility study for a new design for it from using grant funding. We've acceded to that request from them, and they're working there through that process. Hopefully that works out, and we can have the science done to determine what we will do at Belle Plaine. We do know we practically have to dig it out and rebuild it, but that is an old technology, and where we can get a better technology deployed, we'll do that. But it's going to take, not time, but it's going to take a study to determine how to treat the sewage in the Scotland district. That's a very special area. We have identified lands at Shorey Village that we hope to do a project down there for some time. It's about 7 acres, if I remember correctly, or a bit more. Again, you have to watch the number of houses you put on any lanes in St. Andrew, again, because of the inundation of water into the clear lanes. We are hoping that the technology solution that possibly comes out of the Belle Plaine can be transposed to the Shorey Village lanes. We've been doing some moderate interventions on it and modeling on it to see whether or not we can use almost a Guyanese approach. You know, in Guyana, where you put canals and these things around the houses, and then you look at how to trail away soak away the effluent towards the tree line. So we're doing some environmental science modeling on it to see what is the best solution. It would require some time, but we are hoping probably in a year and a half, be able to at least get a solution out of the Belle Plaine, out of the EPD study that they're doing to help advise us where to go on that. So the Belle Plaine area is challenged. We've seen some persons do some very large extensions, and which is their right and they're proper, and that additional households and things in there will put pressure on the existing system. And we've gone back in there, I think, twice, and we pack the rocks, and even sometimes we go and we pump the system. And that's part of the management structure. But once we can get the Shorey Village option sorted, we will look to see how's the best way. St. Andrew is a beautiful place to live, at the same time a hard place for us to build. But we are putting the best science and our best feet forward to deal with it for you.
Also mentioned that there are a number of housing estates. I used that one in Belle Plaine as an example, but I'm sure there are others that, through the passage of time, would have been compromised.
One of the interesting things, I say this not being an engineer, one of the interesting things about the older estates and their lack of modern engineering is that I sometimes feel that the old craftsmen and barbers knew things that we probably never knew. Because the Bayville, well dated, the Pine, well dated, Belle Plaine, well dated, seem to stand up to some of these climatic events strangely better than some persons' modern homes. And I am wondering if the old craftsmen that now of sound and fond memory knew stuff that we didn't. I say that not as an engineer. So that's just a layman speaking on an observation. What we've looked at is that we are looking to transfer a number of those units to persons and let the Bajan creativity take hold. People, even with the modern starter homes, do some amazing things. I am constantly amazed at what people in the Plain, because I never criticize people's attempts to make their lives better. I might have a challenge with the legality, But what people in some places of the plain are able to do in those small spaces, it amazes me as a planner. That has nothing to do with legality. It just amazes me what Bayesian creativity does. The problems we create is a different story. So what we're doing in the 20-year program is to release these units to persons and let the creativity take hold. I've seen some creative things in Belplain. I worry about it from a different standpoint, but it's creative. And I don't think, as a planner, I don't destigmatize people's attempt at self-help. So the older estates will go to 20-year program into self-help, and we can always offer professional advice through the years to help people go out. But Bajans are very creative in doing that. And indeed, some of the regeneration might be self-regeneration coming from these people. We look forward to handing over Bayville, we look forward to handing over these areas and let people within reason, within good reason and good design, come up with their solutions. Some of my colleagues who are draftsmen, even in here, will tell you that people, they themselves are very creative. The issue attached to that is one of the sewage that we have to manage, and we probably are going to have to look again to another project like from the EPD or some grant funding to see where we can improve it. Whether we can add new septics in small space, new designs, new systems, so that we can manage the area, and where we can even do small sewer systems to do that. But again, it would depend on what persons turn out and what we're able to do creatively.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate your observation as it relates to all Bajan craftsmanship. If it can borrow from the current ministry, we know that a lot of roads that were built 50 years ago are no longer equal to the task given the climate crisis that we're facing, and would want to caution in the creativity that we take into consideration that we are in fact living in a different times where we are seeing harder rains, more intense rainfalls, intense hurricane conditions, so on and so forth. So these things, I'm pretty certain that these things will be taken into consideration as we go forward. But thank you for your response. Thank you, Minister. Appreciate your answer and your response to address the issues that, especially those that impact those good people down in Belplain housing area. Thank you.
Take the honorable member for Christchurch South, and after her intervention, honorable minister, if she's finished, you will then wrap up.
Thank you very much, Chair, and also as well, Minister, like all my colleagues, just to congratulate you and the ministry on the work that you've done, the plans that you've articulated. I'll ask my question as fulsome as possible. I want to know how you intend to enhance the efficiency of your operations and also your responsiveness to clients. Now, like many of the others who've spoken, I have clients, I have constituents, residents of Christchurch South, who are waiting on ALSA repairs, who've made multiple applications. So I understand the explanations about how you are intending to address that, but what I'm asking about is the responsiveness. Many of them are just basically asking, let somebody call me back and tell me this is the status. I call the contractor who turned up once, and I don't hear the person ever again. I'm paying rent for 6 months. I don't know when I can go stop paying the rent to get the repairs. I submit an application 3 times. I don't know the status and nobody calls back. So it's just the human dignity sometimes of people being able to say, listen, we can't solve it now, we can solve it tomorrow. So what are the mechanisms for that? Efficiency and responsiveness.
Thank you, Honourable Member, for that question. And what we have done within the National Housing Corporation is that last year we embarked on a deconstruct, reconstruct exercise in which we broke down all of the processes within the NHC, and obviously the responsiveness as it pertains to the issues that you just mentioned factored heavily in terms of optimizing the processes. It is true that we've garnered a reputation within the Ministry of the National Housing Corporation of being unresponsive as it pertains to getting back to you on where you sit in the queue, or other issues dealing with, is the application lodged? Sometimes people go to the ministry just to see if the information has been entered in the system, and they're told that it lost. So I am acutely aware of these issues, and we are currently reviewing these processes. And I know that we have changed some of these systems that we are using. I want to invite the general manager to give you a little bit more information on what we have specifically done to date to address these vexing issues.
Thank you, Minister. It has been challenging, especially where the applications are concerned, because we've gone through a whole data plan, the whole idea of cleaning up the application system. At one time, there was just around, the estimate was 20,000. We've cleaned it up, we're down to about 6,000 or 7,000. And we do get calls from people wanting to know where their applications are. And what we've done is set up a contact center. That contact center is supposed to, when you call, is supposed to tell you about what's happening with your application, where it is. And once, we can't give you hope, because I asked them to try to be as factual as possible, to let them know that, well, the application is in, it's still in the system, and so on, and we hope to be able to get to it sometime in the near future. But we do try to respond. That is the reason for the setting up of the contact center. You did mention Hurricane Elsa and the fact that persons are waiting, and some persons have been waiting for an extended period of time. I know it's very difficult for the project section to respond, because most of the work was done contractually and by contractors, and the contractors, they keep calling to find out when they can continue the work. And we also get from the tenants, and most of the complaints from the tenants come through the MPs, and we do have discussions with them, but it's difficult. It's a difficult task when you have a project that has used up $85 million of the government coffers already, and still quite about 18 million more to come. And we know the challenges that the government face. So our customer service section deals with that, and we try our best to, but we know the temperament of persons who are waiting to return to their accommodation. We understand that too, and we know that sometimes the volatile nature of which they can respond to you. And we've tried our best to make sure that we can do the best in the situation that we can. My greatest hope is that we do get the funding soon, so that we can bring that project to a close. It's at about 92% now, and just about no more than, new houses are coming into the operation, because we would have had some issues with legal issues, which are being cleared up. So where before we may have had just 22 houses to finish, we now have about 25 or 26. So that will grow, but we do hope that by September of this year, the project session has told me once the funding comes by May, that we should be able to substantially solve a lot of problems across this country, and to make life easy for those families, that their lives can return to normal.
Thank you for that. Minister, I hear and I understand, but I want to suggest that perhaps you need to evaluate your contact center and your customer service, right? And I don't know why it would be so difficult. If you look at town country planning, if you go on town country planning site now, you can have a process where you can actually track your application, right? So anybody can be able to do it. And town country planning deals with, complex processes. So there has to be a technological fix to how the ministry is able to address these issues of being responsive, allowing people to be able to track their applications, and even in terms of projects, there are platforms that you can use that will allow then, again, for one, the accountability that is needed in order. So as you said, sufficient government resources, but we have to be accountable to the people, right? That's our primary responsibility. And if I can't, at a basic level, get an answer at all, it means that we're almost treating them with a level of contempt. Yeah, and we need to be able to do better. And therefore, my question is that, because you did ask for specifics, within your estimates, in any of the departments that you have under the purview, are there any plans to apply, again, a technological fix in order to be able to enhance efficiency? You have conveyances, you have multiple different departments by which those could be applied. Are there any plans within any of your sections to be able to do so, to enhance efficiency?
Thank you for your question, Honourable Member. I think what we need to do here is engage in the Information Systems Department, that we can look further to implement some of these solutions that you were mentioning. So I will definitely be, as the Prime Minister would say, roll up my sleeves and attend to this issue, because as you quite rightly said, these are our clients, these are our customers, and they deserve to at least know, to be able to track where their application is. So I will be definitely paying attention to this matter, and I'll be meeting with that department so that we can have a technological solution to this issue, it is not hard to do. You're very correct. So this will be top of mind and priority for me in the ministry.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. You can proceed with your wrap-up. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I wish to thank all honourable members who contributed to this debate. The discussions today reflect the importance of housing, land management, and community development to the people of Barbados. The ministry remains firmly committed to expanding access to safe, affordable, and resilient housing, modernizing our estates, and ensuring that Barbadians have greater opportunities for home ownership. So with that, Mr. Chair, I would like to move that Head 93 stand part.
The question is that Head 93 stand part. All honourable members in favor, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I beg to move that you do not report progress to His Honour the Speaker and beg leave to sit again.
Beg to second that.
The question is that I do not report progress to His Honour the Speaker and beg for leave to sit again. All honourable members in favor, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
Chairman has reported progress and requests leave to sit again. Honourable Leader, Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the House until Friday, the 6th of March at 10 a.m.
The question is that this Honourable Chamber be suspended until Friday, the 6th day of March, 2026 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This Honourable Chamber stands suspended until Friday, the 6th day of March, 2026 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.